Alright, looks like we're live. What's going on, everybody? Marty McFly, congratulations, you are first. Alright, let's start with some good old Islamophobia content. What's up, everybody?
Sanke said, how dare AP disrespect Nuria like this? Stop making her speak and give her a whiteboard already. Please be more considerate. Nuria, are you aware of that?
I
Of
don't
the
get this
Alidawa?
whiteboard joke, no.
Haven't you seen the Alidawa video where Alidawa is making his wife communicate through a whiteboard?
Oh my god, no.
You haven't seen that?
Yeah,
No,
she's
that's...
full. She's full burqa, hands covered, everything. And then he's Ali Dawa's like, and I've got my wife here so that she can contribute to the show as well. And then we'd be a couple, and we'd be responding to these things.
That's a great Alidawa impression. Oh my god.
And then so they make videos about topics, and his wife is writing stuff on a
right here. Let's just
Oh my god, you guys aren't even joking. Oh my god.
Inshallah.
He doesn't even let her speak.
She's
going to have her say with this whiteboard that I bought her. But why is the default that the woman is innocent and the man is always guilty?
Oh my god.
Okay, that's something my wife wants to say. Salama probably had enough as women give a
He won't let his wife speak. Jesus Christ.
lot of chances, has zero tolerance now. Okay, this is why I want you here. Yeah, it's very important for you to be here.
I have to compliment you. Those is big words for a 6-year-old.
Oh my god.
So bizarre, isn't it?
I am shook. This is wild.
You haven't
She has
seen
the
that?
no, and she's got the gloves and she's passing it. Wow, dude, this is insane.
Of their father or ex-husband, etc., and project it on other people. So, okay, she's saying she made the video, not him. I don't know his opinion. Well, exactly. There you go. Okay, there's nothing.
It's so ridiculous.
This is like something out of Handmaid's Tale or something. What is going on?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Do you agree if someone doesn't want to pull the lever on the trolley problem to kill one person to save 5, that doesn't mean they want those 5 people to die. It just means they don't want to kill someone to save them.
That is the most insanely retarded reasoning I have ever heard. I understand there's these like weird hardcore deontologists who say if you press the lever and change the track so that only one person dies as opposed to 5, that means you're responsible for killing somebody, but if you don't pull the lever, you're not responsible for killing anybody even though 5 people die. That line of reasoning makes absolutely no sense, because assuming if you're next to the lever, you're practicing your agency so that you're still choosing 5 people die. So either way, if they're claiming using your agency to pull the lever would mean you're responsible for murdering somebody else, that means using your agency to not pull the lever, you're then responsible for killing 5 people. I don't understand how not pulling the lever means you haven't used your agency. It's retarded. So yeah, if you're a hardcore deontologist, you're basically just murdering 5 people if you choose to not pull the lever. It's dumb. Thanks for the donation, though, Nahid.
Yeah, just here it is reality. Yeah.
They're sitting in 2024 Britain.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And here.
Why do you care about Hamas and Israel? Let the religious zealots fight it out. Israel is a secular nation. So I don't know where you're getting the idea that Israel is a bunch of religious zealots. There's literally nothing in their constitution that mentions God. So the only religious zealots are the fucking Palestinians. The hell was that? Just heard a weird noise, like somebody's breathing really hard.
Shaitan and myself. Anything good is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If there's anything you disagree on, nope. Okay. Are you under any duress? You can blink twice.
I require assistance!
We wouldn't know, mate. We wouldn't know if she blinked twice. How would we know?
She's wearing a full burqa with her eyes covered.
Violence!
You mean you can blink twice? I can't see anything.
That's exactly what I said when I saw this part. It's almost like he's mocking her here.
Literally.
Yeah, and with him, it's like this is like you can't help but think it's like a status symbol in Islam. Look how much I've got my wife in check. Look at me. All you other losers out there, come on. Look how I maintain my household here.
This is hella
She
disturbing.
probably blinked, but we will never know.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh from myself and my dear wife. May Allah bless you for your contributions. It's a pleasure and an honor.
It's so ridiculous.
Oh my god, I'm going to take some time to process that, and I think I need to do a video because I've got so many emotions going on within me, but this is not the time or place. What the actual... Oh my god.
David did a good job highlighting this. It got 14 million views here on Twitter.
Oh, nice one, David. What the hell? I'm going to read every comment after this.
Israel Advocacy Movement said the most surprising thing about this video is that Alidawa can actually read.
look at our comments there. You put, if you're under duress, blink twice, and I said, if your smiles to Jenna, blink twice. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, if you're actually smiles to Jenna, wink once.
Oh, wink once. That's right.
Man, it's so ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, so this is what we're joking about when we...
Ali Dawa is a literal fucking terrorist, by the way.
React to this and this and this and this.
Let me take a look, Dodo.
Back in the U.S. tonight, here in New York City, authorities are describing that chilling anti-Semitic scene on the subway. Protesters asking, quote, Zionists to raise their hands and get off the train. Authorities say others defacing the home of a museum director who is Jewish. And tonight, the New York City mayor's warning.
Dude, it's so hilarious. All of these fucking lefties who are, saying, fuck Zionists, Antifada, they're the biggest fucking pussies imaginable. If they tried to, intimidate me by, all Zionists have to fucking leave or we're gonna attack you, I'd be like, fucking come at me, bitch. Oh, I would have so much fun dropping them on their fucking heads and leaving them fucking paralyzed for the rest of their life.
About this hate, here's Aaron Katursky.
Tonight, this video shows a frightening moment on a New York City subway car when protesters demanded riders raise their hands if they're Zionists.
Raise your hands if you're a Zionist! Raise your hands if you're a Zionist! This is your chance!
Look at all these fucking little bitch twink kids. Most of them are women. The other half, they're non-binary, and then there's a few dudes, but they're barely even men, as if they'd intimidate me.
To get out! This is your chance to get out! Okay, no Zionists, we're good.
The train held at Union
I
Square.
wonder if they make Israel hockey t-shirts or hockey jerseys. Let me see. Sick, they do. God damn, I gotta get one of these, dude. Dude, that'd be so fucking based, wearing a Israel hockey jersey. I gotta order one of these. That'd be so fucking badass.
Square for a police inspection. Officers in riot gear seen on the crowded platform. Protesters clashing with police. They had just come from a rally where the flags of terror groups Hamas and Hezbollah were waved. And others saying, long live October 7th. Protesters breaking through barriers. setting off smoke bombs and flares outside an exhibit remembering the victims of the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel. The Monday incident, part of an escalating series of provocations that go beyond protest and into what Mayor Eric Adams has called overt, unacceptable anti-Semitism.
I thought it was despicable. It was disgusting what we saw. And you cannot call for peace while you're celebrating what happened on October 7th.
And this morning, vandals threw red paint and posted a threatening sign at the home of the director of the Brooklyn Museum, who is Jewish. On the door, they painted an inverted red triangle, a symbol used by Hamas. David, this vandalism, police say, may be the work of the same people who splashed red paint on the ground outside a Palestinian office here in Manhattan.
That's insane, dude.
Will it Sophocles JWS are Ophical terrorists?
Yep, they've gotten that bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
All right, Ginger, thank you. Officials now assessing the damage left behind by a group of pro-Palestinian protesters at Cal State LA.
They took over the Student Services building last night and vandalized it. KTLA's Carlos Herrera live on campus with the latest. Carlos, good morning.
Megan and Chris, good morning. All sorts of damage here at the Student Services building. A lot of trash, a big mess left behind by these protesters. Items like this here, the stencil used to tag the outside of the building. Reading here, ceasefire now. Take a look here. You can also see tagging inside and outside of the building. A lot of items, including furniture like tables, chairs, and umbrellas.
Dude, I'll show you the gun you need to deal with these protesters. Oh, that looks interesting.
Any new Frank vids to watch?
I think there are. There's at least one new Frank vid, so we'll watch that soon. Thanks for that donation, Grand Blue.
When the shadows first lengthened, one stood.
This is the gun you need to disperse these fucking pro-Palestine protesters.
Fuck the police.
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for that donation, Grandam. Look at this shit.
The Doomslayer.
Yeah, dude. That 12 gauge automatic, goddamn, that would just be perfect for dealing with fucking pro-Palestinian protesters. Let me see, Grandam.
An escaped cow appears to have been rammed by a police car. The
Oh my god, that's fucking horrific.
cow gets to its feet again before being rammed by the police car a second.
Jesus, why? Dude, those cops need to be fucking given a life sentence. What was the cow doing that required you to run it over? Dude, if I was there on the scene, I would have fucking beat the shit out of those cops. Fucking UK police don't carry guns either. I'd fuck them up. What fucking assholes. Holy shit, that's insane.
Further down to the left there, you can see them tied together with the rope they were used to.
How's my bench training going? Really good. I did 340 for 3 sets of 5 yesterday, and didn't have any tendon pain or anything, so it's going good.
Form some type of barrier in this plaza. You're also seeing even a vending machine in this area, as well as campus police officers now here again continuing to assess this situation. We've learned from the campus administration that all officials and employees that were trapped inside, forced to shelter in place during yesterday's protests, have been able to leave. Also, the protesters have returned to their encampment encampment near the school gym. Let's get you over to some pictures to get you a better idea of the type of vandalism that was left behind here at this building. That includes glass windows and doors that were shattered, walls and floors that were tagged. This morning, the building will remain closed. Student services will not be offered in person, and students, employees, they're being told to avoid the area until further notice. Pro-Palestinian protesters had already set up encampments on another section of campus, protests calling on the university to cut all ties.
We had radio silence from the president for the past 20-odd days. Destruction of property, it's a touchy subject for a lot of people. I think a lot of people think property is sacred. We don't think property is sacred. We believe that lives are more important than property, especially when
lives are more important than property. That's why they're telling Palestinians to kill themselves by fighting the Israeli military because their property was stolen. These people just... nothing makes sense. Let's see. Base donated $2. Look at this retard indoctrinating kids.
People sent me messages, said they're going to brutally murder me if I show up. Okay. So I invented my own form of body armor.
Yeah, that's right.
Brand new form of...
Yeah. Yeah, this was pretty funny. He got the Quran written on his shirt so that if a jihadist stabs him, they'd be defacing their Quran, which is a sin according to Islam. Retard indoctrinating kids.
We need some new ideas to distract the Ummah. Go!
Me. Something that distracts someone from Allah.
Uh-huh, exactly.
Me. Something that makes them forget the Quran.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. Go!
Me. Something that could pop up and give sins to the eye.
Yes!
Me. Something that promotes music.
Right, now you're...
Whoa, he's one of these crazy whack jobs that thinks music is a sin.
You're thinking, now you're thinking.
Something that makes women naked.
Yes, this is what we need. Go!
Something that could delay the salah.
Haha, now you're thinking. Yes.
Something that could distract the youth and waste their time.
That's important, but how are we gonna
Yes, because Islam isn't a waste of time.
figure this out?
We gotta think of something, guys. Cause TikTok, the Day of Judgment's almost here.
Wait, what was that?
The Day of Judgment is here?
No. The first part.
TikTok.
TikTok.
Which is funny because isn't this guy on TikTok? I swear this guy had a TikTok channel. I know there are a lot of Muslim apologists that are on TikTok, but yeah, this guy is in fact on TikTok. This is the same dude.
We need some new ideas to distract the Ummah.
He's saying TikTok is evil, but he uses TikTok.
TikTok!
Well, that doesn't make any sense. This guy is a Nazi. Let me see.
40,000 plus? Is that too less or too high?
Muslim confronting Jews. All right, we'll take a look at that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, man.
Progressive people, my ass.
Yeah, they're not exactly progressive when they want to Holocaust all the Jews. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo Donatellers, can you not play Alan Wake until either tonight, late, or tomorrow, ideally, because I can't watch today? No problem, Dodo. I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, man.
Hey, don't touch me like that. I'm respecting.
Our money goes to this school, right? This is ostensibly our university, but we're not treated that way.
Outraged today as pro-Palestinian protesters converge on an exhibit in New York dedicated to the victims of the barbaric attack on the Nova Music Festival. There were 3 arrests as protesters fought with the NYPD. The Nova exhibit includes bullet-riddled and burned-out cars and personal items left behind as thousands ran for their lives.
For the past 10 minutes, I've been surrounded
Reporter Olivia Reingold posted video as she was surrounded while covering the protests.
I'm staying. I'm staying. You're not welcome here.
New York Mayor Eric Adams visited the exhibit today in a show of solidarity and condemned the protesters.
I thought it was despicable. It was disgusting what we saw. And you cannot call for peace while you're celebrating what happened on October 7th.
Across the nation at UCLA, protesters poured red dye into a pool to simulate blood and fought with police at the entrance to an administration building. This police officer was bloodied by protesters. The unrest followed.
Lock 'em up. Lock 'em all up.
The spectacular rescue of 4 hostages by the Israeli military. News Nation's Chris Cuomo had this to say.
Why don't the normal rules apply when it's Israel, which is you stole our people, you tried to kill us, now we're going to come for you.
Oh, these people are pieces of shit. And this.
In other headlines we're following tonight, pro-Palestinian protests continue to rock New York City. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us from Washington with the very latest.
Pro-Palestinian demonstrators filling a subway car in New York City, making it clear not everyone was welcome.
Dude, I wish I could have walked in there with like a Israel hockey jersey and just waited for any of these fuckers to challenge me. They wouldn't do shit. Fucking little twinks.
This is your chance to get out. Okay, no Zionists, we're good.
While men.
Once again, progressive people my fucking ass.
Yeah, they're not progressive. They like to call themselves that, but they really aren't. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. Fuck Palestine, don't need to liars, Lord. They're annoying. Let me see.
Hey! Come back here and fight me like a man. If you come near me again, I'm gonna break your face! No, bro, you keep coming in at the wrong time. He punched me.
Breaking news, a Palestinian man incites violence and threatens to kill an innocent Israeli man, folks.
I don't know why he's referencing CNN. CNN has had a clear bias to criticizing Israel. So of all media outlets, like, they misreported on the Flower Massacre. They misreported on another instance where Israel was giving security support for an aid convoy. They've misreported on a number of fucking things with a anti-Israel bias.
This footage is too disturbing to show, so we won't show it.
Yes, finally. Hey, that's my phone. It's mine now. Give it back. No. I said, give me the phone!
That is absolutely fucking nauseating. How deranged do you have to be?
Many found the scene concerning. Aaron Tarr with the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression says it appears to be protected speech.
Just based on the one short video clip I watched, I don't think there's enough there to prove that any of the protesters were making a true threat. The First Amendment is intended to give max.
Oh yeah, they weren't making a threat. They were just saying, tell me if you're a Zionist and then we'll boot you off the train. That's not a threat at all.
Maximum breathing space.
Imagine if this was a group of neo-Nazis telling people to say if they're, like, black, and if we find any blackies on the train, we're gonna kick you out. Would anybody say that's a threat? Would anybody say that's racist? Like, holy fuck.
For political speech and debate in this country.
What is not constitutionally protected protest is what happened in Brooklyn, where demonstrators vandalized the home of the Jewish director of the Brooklyn Museum, throwing red paint and hanging a sign calling her a white supremacist Zionist. NYC Mayor Eric Adams sharing the images on social media.
Whenever you have time. It's long.
How do you like being called Junior?
RFK Jr. Gaza ceasefire. We might skip through some of these topics, but yeah, we can watch that. Thanks for that donation, fuck Palestine.
Writing, this is not peaceful protest or free speech. This is a crime, and it's overt, unacceptable anti-Semitism. Also in New York this week, protesters went to the memorial on Wall Street for the hundreds who died at the Nova Music Festival on October 7th.
That woman's a terrorist.
Newsflash: terrorism is not freedom of speech.
Goddamn right about that, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, man. Yeah, that woman speaking right there, she's a fucking terrorist. She was on Piers Morgan, and she was basically saying that she supported Hamas, she supported October 7th, and she wants to see another Holocaust of the Jews.
The White House calling the memorial demonstration horrifying. Law enforcement analyst John Miller telling CNN these demonstrations have evolved and escalated as outside groups get more involved as fears of serious violence grow.
That's part of the concern of NYPD intelligence people, which is as the vitriol reaches this higher pitch, vandalism, anti-Semitism, will somebody cross that line?
Amid these concerns, 8 people with suspected ties to ISIS were arrested in just the past few days in New York City, Philadelphia, and Los Angeles. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
These people are just absolute fucking scum.
Fresh and Fit involved in a scam?
Again! You idiots! If you're a member of Castle Club for the next few days up until Friday when we finish the show, you're going to be able to get in at only $3,500. However, if you don't and you're not a Castle Club member, it's going to be $39.95. So guys, just get in Castle Club, get the discount.
To be clear, $39.95 is $3,000.
Dodo Donatillers, I was watching this video, then I recognized this woman. Do you recognize this woman? She's the one who's been protesting the Capitol building. People like Fetterman on Israel.
Dramatically worsened MBS's international reputation as a cold-blooded killer and greatly heightened tensions between Saudi Arabia and the West. A Saudi Arabia...
That retarded old lady? Yeah. Yeah, she's a massive Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
$995. For what? That's the golden question.
And get in there and meet us at the party. We only got limited tickets. We're going to be having about 120 people there. Obviously, a large amount of that is going to be the ladies. So the guys' tickets are going to be limited significantly because we obviously want to keep a good ratio of male to female. So there's not going to be that many guy tickets, man. So go ahead and get in there if you guys want to meet us on Yacht. We're going to have us over there.
That's illegal, by the way. That is illegal to have those sorts of gender or racial preferences. Obviously these are like being male is technically a protected class, so you can't discriminate. They could actually get sued over this.
React to this.
Let me see, Dodo.
The country needs to know that Republicans believe in IVF, that we support it. I've never heard one Republican senator up here say anything else. I've not heard any state trying to take this down.
IVF is a...
Baby Donatillers, British police being fucking brain dead idiots again. When aren't they, dude? Oh, the cow? Yeah, somebody already sent this to me. Yeah, British police are absolute fucking scumbags. I would have like actually done something and smashed those fucking police if I saw them abusing an animal like that. That is beyond fucked. Thanks for the donation, baby.
Medical miracle. I am a strong supporter of IVF.
Well, that's curious because shortly after Republicans like Roger Marshall and Ted Cruz made those speeches, literally all but 2 members of the Senate GOP voted against protecting IVF at the federal level.
Thanks for watching. Our audience has helped
build TYT into the media giant. Support our team.
Would establish a federal right for individuals to access IVF-assisted reproductive technology services, for providers to offer the procedure, and for insurers to cover it. Those rights could not be hindered by states. So the vote was 48 to 47, well short of the 60 votes needed to advance the bill. Lisa Murkowski and Susan.
Hi VG. I hope you are doing great. So, two things. One, if only there wasn't a legal system and we could beat Nazis, KKK, terrorists, etc. to a bloody pulp. Two, what do you think of PPA claiming to be vegan and doesn't care if someone eats honey? I.e. the nutrivore does.
Well, the legal system gives a greater amount of protections than, say, street justice would. So, yeah, although there are some roadblocks where the legal system, unfortunately, does protect, like, Nazis, Hamas terrorists, you know, and so forth, it does protect a greater degree of freedoms than street justice, and it's a roadblock to, a greater roadblock to tyranny. People claiming to be vegan don't care if somebody eats honey. I wouldn't say honey is a huge ethical issue. I would say honey isn't vegan. I could be convinced otherwise. I don't have a super strong position on it. It's just that the honey industry does kill male bees in order to inseminate female bees. And female bees are forcibly inseminated, like raped. So I would just do a name the trait reductio on that. Bees are used for pollination. We don't necessarily need bees for pollination, but it does help with efficiency of, like, the farming industry for any kind of plants that are flowering. So, bees are very, very low on the sentience hierarchy, though. So that's kind of the issue that you end up running into. If somebody was as sentient or lacking sentience as a bee, would I care? I probably would. So for that reason, I'd say, yeah, honey isn't vegan. But thanks for the donation, Ben. I just don't consider it a huge ethical issue where I'll, you know, shame someone publicly and call them a fucking, like, asshole cunt like they are bees, but I would say it's not vegan. Thanks for that donation, though, Ben.
Collins were the only Republicans to vote in favor of it. The rest of the GOP said the legislation was too political and that it went too far. Instead, they tried to advance a more narrow bill that would cut off Medicaid funding for states if they banned IVF, but it didn't address concerns about what happens to unused embryos. On the same day that they...
So they're doing this, obviously, to advance their abortion banning practices, obviously.
Literally voted against protecting IVF. Republicans came out in droves claiming to love IVF. The Senate Republican X account actually posted, Senate Republicans support IVF. Attached was a letter Republicans had signed.
Yeah, they support IVF. That's why they blocked a bill that would make it a legal protected right. Typical Republican bullshit.
Probably Sneeko, a couple other influencers. Going to be a good ass time. 100 for yacht, open bar, food, music. We're going to be giving away a Rolex there as well. We're going to be giving a day date away.
One of his old Rolexes? Nice.
No. When Walter says he's going to give you a Rolex, he means he's going to split it with you 50-50.
I see what you did there.
Because you saw how he did his girl.
see
How do you think he's going to do his fans? So they're paying $4,000 to go on a yacht party with them.
Dodo Nutty Tillers, Japan committed to supporting Ukraine with $4.5 billion in aid yesterday at the G7. That's more than Canada's given up to this point. I like how Japan is stepping up. Yeah. I don't know how Canada's GDP compares to Japan. We may just not have the money to give, but it's good either way. I like how Ukraine's getting a lot more support recently. They're also able to get 50 billion worth of Russian frozen assets to be used to support Ukraine. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Or Rex. Do you know what the calculations are at 120 people? Off one event, if they were to ever sell this, they would make somewhere around $462,000.
That's good.
That's good money, right?
That's good.
That's good money. It only takes 120 suckers. 120 chips.
We don't call them suckers anymore. We call them simps.
Simps?
Yeah.
That's simping. If these guys was
But
paying,
not simping for a girl, because that's gay. Simping for the boys.
That's just...
Why? Boys being boys.
I'm catching the logic. All right, let's listen to this. I need to see this.
Gonna have some games and stuff like that. So it's gonna be a good time. You'll be able to network with some people, meet some of the generals. They're gonna be on board. It's gonna be a really good time, guys. June 20th.
The generals are what they call the people who subscribe to Castle Club and pay $35 a month.
Okay.
Because if you're gonna fleece them, at least give them a good title. You know what I'm saying? Make them feel good about the fact that they getting pimped.
Yes. Like you give them a good name, like, bottom bitch.
Yeah.
You're gonna meet Bills and Mo. They're gonna be filming. Chris will be there as well. The lovely ladies behind the scenes, Icy, etc.
So obviously they're getting all kinds of flack from their crowd because they're like, first it was the $35 a month. Now it's 4,000 tickets for a glorified meet and greet. Because have you? Go ahead.
What?
I'm sorry. I didn't want to. I want to give you the chance.
No, go ahead.
Finish what you was saying. After you, sir.
Because you were not finished.
I wasn't finished, but I'm very excited for whatever you're about to drop.
I was not about to drop anything.
Okay.
It's just that it's just really, really weird and random. Random.
Let's see.
That you trash all these OnlyFans people and you're turning around and doing the same thing.
No, they're adding value with a yacht party with girls.
Sure. No.
4,000 to just hear fresh go. That being said,
coconuts in Barbados.
We're glad that you shut up, cause I have a new sugar baby to take care of. You know, like that's what you guys are paying for, Grounder. Did you see what the fucking benefits were? We're gonna play games. There's gonna be a raffle.
We're gonna play games.
There's gonna be a raffle.
It feels like a.
Hey, would you like to pay $4,000 for a chance to win a $3,000 Rolex? Was that something that you'd be interested in?
Okay, let's play game. Who in this boat would you like to fuck but will never do?
You know how some people don't look good after they get dumped by the ex? Some people don't look the same after they get demonetized. You just see them, they looking different.
But I can understand.
A little desperate.
I can understand.
I'm going to say this very clearly, okay? Is this a quote-unquote scam? No, they are delivering what they're offering. They're just grossly overinflating the price of whatever it is that they're offering. And they're fans, the people they're supposed to care about. And people will say, well, if they're willing to pay for it, what's the issue? I think it's okay to say that as creators, you guys have a lot of influence over your fan base. And
Dodo Nintillers, Putin said that if the West liquidates frozen Russian assets to give the money to Ukraine, Russia will freeze, liquidate Western people's assets in Russia up to the same amount. Okay. I don't know how that would possibly help Russia. So, okay. This would be one of the greatest presidential moves of the last 100 years. Trump floats eliminating U.S. income tax and replacing it with tariffs on imports. Yeah, that would not work. Holy fuck, that would be stupid. Dude, that would be so stupid. Basically what would end up happening is, the only people paying, like, really significant income tax are, wealthier people. So you're talking about, like, upper middle class to, like, really, really rich.
In your opinion, is it completely acceptable to eat fresh roadkill? And what other situations do you think it's okay to eat meat in? Also, what is your bench programming like, sets reps, and accessory sets and reps? Thanks.
So, the only issue I have with eating roadkill is the risk of zoonotic disease transmission. So I don't think anybody should be eating animals really under any circumstances, because of the risk of transferring disease to other people and potentially causing another pandemic, because like the coronavirus pandemic, for instance, that was caused basically by people eating animals they shouldn't have, and roughly 7 million people died worldwide because of that. So I don't think it's a good idea to eat roadkill for that reason. The risk of endangering other people is pretty goddamn high. But I mean, in a vacuum, assuming that wasn't a risk, I can't think of a reason for why that would be, unethical. Are there any other circumstances in which it's okay to eat animals? Like, again, if you're killing carnivorous animals, so like if, I don't know, you killed a wolf that was about to, eat a deer, in a vacuum, I guess it'd be okay to eat the wolf, but like, again, the risk of zoonotic disease transmission, I still think it would be morally wrong for that reason. What's my bench programming like? Sets, reps, accessory, sets, reps. So I had to cut down the frequency in which I bench because I wasn't healing enough from session to session, and I was getting pectoral tendon strains because I was benching too frequently. So I'd say anywhere between every 2 to 4 days, I'll do a bench session. And session 1, I do 4 sets of 3. The last session I did 355 for 4 sets of 3. And I also did overhead press with, what was it? 195? Or no, 197.5 for 3 sets of 5. And I also did dumbbell flies with 71 pounds for 3 sets of 12. Then session 2, I do incline bench. I do 3 sets of 5. Last session I did 270 for 3 sets of 5, and I also do behind the neck press standing, and I did 3 sets of 7 with 140. And then session 3, I do 3 sets of 5, and last session I did 340 for 3 sets of 5. I did overhead press again with 185 for 3 sets of 7. And again, I did 71 pounds with dumbbell flies for 3 sets of 12. So next session, I'm going to go up and I'm going to do for the dumbbell flies, I'm going to do dumbbell flies with 70, what would it be? 76 pounds for 3 sets of 8. But that's basically the programming I do for my bench. Thanks for the donation, Jack Fisher. Hope that helps. Dodo donated $2. Shots fired. Let me see.
I recently learned I got name checked by Terrence Howard.
Okay, so like I was saying here, if you eliminate U.S. income tax, that's only going to advantage the super wealthy. So wealthy people are just going to be able to save more money because they're not paying income tax. And they can also handle an increase in cost of goods, imported goods in particular. So the wealthy are just going to get wealthier, and then the poor and middle class are just going to have to deal with the cost of goods being super inflated because of the increase in tariffs. That'd be an insanely stupid idea. Jaquavius donated $2. Is this impressive? Could you do this? Looks hard, to be honest.
Shaba.
I don't know how much that is. 66 kilograms, so that's like 180. I could probably do that. That's not that heavy. Actually, that wouldn't even be 180. That'd be like 150-ish. Maybe even less. 70 kilograms, so that'd be like, yeah, that'd be like 150, 160. Yeah, I'm pretty damn sure I could lift that without any real trouble. Yeah, 76. That doesn't seem particularly heavy to me. 78. That guy actually looks like he's a lot bigger and stronger. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could lift that. Thanks for the donation, though, Jaquavius.
Howard on his recent appearance on Joe Rogan.
I reached out to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, we'll watch that a bit later.
And you have a very peculiar relationship. And if you choose to take advantage of that, you're a scumbag. You are. If you lie to your fans to get money out of them, scummy shit. If you fleece your fans out of the maximum amount of money because you know they love you, scummy shit. I think it's okay to say that. That's my thoughts.
Boys being boys.
Bro.
Do you think Russians who are pro-war and genuinely buy into the Russian propaganda against the West and Ukraine could be a legitimate target? They are still technically civilians, so I wouldn't support targeting them specifically, but say if there's a military target in Ukraine with a large number of these supposed Russian sympathizers or Russian supporters, I wouldn't care if they died.
At least let them lay in bed with you. At least. If y'all gonna do the pictures,
you're crazy.
Nah.
You're crazy.
They're comrades in arms. They're paying for this dude's
crazy,
bills.
But I ain't mad at this.
If they're gonna do a photo op, you gotta have all the fans lay in a bed with you, and then at least that.
Hug it up.
And then Sneeko watching in the corner.
That's wild, but
yeah, Sneeko just Cucko just over here like this. That's worth the $4 grand. I'll give you that. I'd be crazy. You just have fucking Walter with water dripping out his mouth. That being said, shut up, stupid.
Just chop it on that. That's crazy.
Yeah, and there's a sign that says "We love sugar baby," something like that. I mean, that's a 10, even half as much. I went to look it up. Tony Robbins, the biggest motherfucker on the planet, for his seminar, charges $6 grand. Well, wait, that's pretty close, right? It's a 6 to 7 day week program with meetings afterwards and a career life plan that he offers. And that's the top dude who flies in private jets. These motherfuckers are offering $4,000 to go on a shitty yacht to go with a bunch of busted Miami. Where's the value in that? How are you helping?
Vegan donated $2. What's the update lately on one of them who got that girl pregnant? That chick said she got an abortion. Some people think she was never pregnant to begin with, and Fresh and Fit were paying her to drum up drama to get, traffic to their channel. I don't believe that. Yeah, probably what happened was this chick just realized Walter didn't have the money he claimed to have, and having his kid just wasn't worth it to collect, like $500 worth of, child support each month. That's what I figure. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan. Appreciate it.
Helping men get to the women that they want to marry someday, to create the family nuclear bullshit that they want, or even achieve their financial goals. $4,000 is a used car.
Talking about, man, we have meet and greets. How much do we charge for meet and greets?
At our shows?
Yeah.
This shit looks so dead. You know a party is dead when half the crowd is sitting down. Nobody dancing. Everybody got a drink in their hand. There's some loud house music, and half the women are sitting down amongst themselves because they don't want to talk to none of these motherfuckers.
Great, we're back in middle school.
I thought this shit was hilarious. I just had a good laugh. But at the end of the day, people want to pay $4,000 to get fleeced by these guys. You know what I mean? I keep the same energy that they have if they want to get fleeced by OnlyFans model. If you want to pay these OnlyFans models $3,000 so you can sniff their butthole, that's your prerogative. It's none of my business.
Who's someone that you really highly regard?
Because those pictures are crazy.
Those pictures.
He grabbing ass. He lifting these and he lifting up. Listen, y'all think Chris Brown's performance on stage is the show? No, it's what he does backstage. Because I seen him pick up enough big women to make me think, damn, his chiropractor got to be working overtime.
He just don't go to
that back is strong.
He just don't go to the gym. He gets paid to work out.
Yeah. But you have to be wondering, where's all these crazy moves coming from? It's their manager. So you know how these guys don't like Jews? Well, their manager's a Jew, obviously. This guy, let me tell you.
I'm Fresh and Fit's manager, and I'm going to be honest, I do a lot more with Fresh and Fit than I do with Sneeko. We're going to have this city's dead. I mean.
All right, thanks. Currently I'm benching 3 times per week. So disease issue aside, do you personally think it would be morally acceptable for someone to hunt and eat a grizzly bear, for example, considering the suffering grizzly bears inflict is so great?
So I'm fine with people hunting grizzly bears. I'd be against eating them because, again, the risk of zoonotic disease transmission. Yeah, benching 3 times a week is probably ideal for most people. I just couldn't keep up with that sort of frequency without injuring myself. That's the only reason. Just with the heavier weights I'm lifting, my body needs a little bit more in between days for rest to recover from session to session. But most people are probably going to like max out their gains benching 3 times a week. I have done routines where I was benching with a 4-day-a-week frequency, and I made really good progress doing that. That's how I got up to a 315 bench, but, you know, again, for most people, 3 times per week is probably going to be the most you'll benefit from benching. But yeah, with disease issues aside, I wouldn't have a problem with somebody hunting and eating grizzly bears, assuming there isn't a risk of transferring disease. Thanks for the donation, though, Jack. Appreciate it. Alan Wiltse, Stony Tellers, how much would you charge for a meet and greet lull? How about this? If you want to meet up with me and hang out, if you go to a restaurant, buy me a meal, and you got a deal. I'm not going to turn down free food. So, if you want to meet up in Ottawa and you're promising me a free meal, I'll go out and meet you. Thanks for the donation, Alan.
I mean, yeah, Miami's the best place in America, but there's nothing honestly going on here. No one's actually taking over this city. There's like no one holding big events. There's no one actually doing anything. And that's going to change starting this month when me and Fresh and Fit are going to start doing yacht parties. And, you know, I'm telling you, this is going to be on a different level because
I'll do it as long as Jasmine comes too. It would be very hard convincing Jasmine to come along. She's really nervous with meeting strangers, but I'll do it.
Because people don't know who I'm connected to. I'm just the bridge between 2 worlds, the influencers and the rappers and the A-listers. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be at a bridge and, you know, do what a Jew's supposed to do.
Do what a Jew's supposed to do. Okay. So I'm like, who is this guy? You know, I've never heard of this dude. I'm not even going to explain what this is. This is what he does for a living and how he became famous. Ready? Set.
Numerology supports the nuclear family. Let me explain how. 1 equals male energy. 2 is feminine energy. That's why bitch starts with B. That's why beta starts with B, and B is the second letter. Child is 3. So basically when you have 1 plus 2 equals 3, 3 is the childlike energy. Child starts with C, C is the third letter. So again, you see how it works. Now here's the magic. 1 man, 2 woman, 3 kid. 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 6. 6 is the number of home and family. Family starts with F. F is the 6th letter. Family is a 6-letter word.
So what he's a numerologist. So he believes in the power of numbers and how they define how everything works. Now, I thought this was really interesting because he was like, 2 is feminine energy. That's why B starts with B. Brother starts with B. That's feminine. Boss.
Brother is feminine.
Boss starts with B. That's feminine. You know what I was thinking about listening to this? Does numerology work in other languages? What do you do when a French guy shows up and all the numbers don't make any sense anymore? Or was numerology?
Numerology is just
it's just for English people apparently. So there's like a divine order that works in life, and it only works with the English language. There's more.
What would you say is the most beta sign in Western astrology? Come on, man, we gotta step on some toes.
Gotta look at Virgos. Gotta look at the twin of Gemini being Virgo. Definitely Gemini is going to be the alpha of those pair.
So you would say the Virgo's the biggest beta in the zodiac?
I don't know about biggest. They definitely have a dark side. They have an edge to them sometimes. Libras can be softed.
Now, this Gary guy has a long history of being a fraudster. Aside from making a bunch of failed predictions, he oftentimes deletes the predictions he gets wrong and then keeps up the ones that he gets right. He predicted that for this election cycle, it'd be Ron DeSantis versus Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama has no plans of running, and Ron DeSantis has already dropped out to give way to Trump. He has a long criminal record, crypto scammer as well.
Wow. Assault on a peace officer. What the fuck? That's weird. Okay.
Well, he had all of his fans pump a bunch of money into Zcash. They pumped in millions of dollars into this shit coin of his, and it lost all of its value. People ended up losing hundreds of thousands of dollars according to his own predictions with numerology. It is like all the scammers, they all gravitate towards this red pill stuff, and it makes sense because these are at-risk men who are very vulnerable and looking for insight. Maybe it's because they didn't have a dad. Maybe it's because they don't have a mentor. But these guys are just looking for answers.
Well, it's because they're dumb. There's a lot of dumb, autistic dudes who fall for this fucking shit. Especially if they're like sort of misogynist and hate women. They're obviously going to fall for this shit.
To their questions in their life. And these guys come. They have money. They claim to have women. Why do you think here's the thing. Charge $4,000. Why don't you charge it for a course? Why don't you charge it for something that's actually going to help your fan base to go somewhere in life? You don't want to charge for that. You want to charge for a yacht party so they can be around Instagram whores and influencers who, according to yourselves, are some of the lowest people on the totem pole. How is that adding value to your fans base? I just think it's interesting that you constantly see scammers throwing themselves. Even when they were bringing on crypto guys for investments, a lot of them are now being charged by the government for scamming. Mm-hmm. So the people that they come to teach you guys on financial advice are scammers. Yeah. It's a consistent trend. So all this talk about we care about our fans, we want them to grow, we want them to make money. When they have the chance to make the big bucks, they don't do it off of the value. They don't do it off the crypto courses. They don't do it like that. What is it? Well, it's the same thing again. It's the horse. That's the appeal. Come meet us and talk to the ladies who will never fuck you.
It's what they do. It's consistent with what they're doing.
Guys, if you're even thinking of going, they're never going to be your friends. They're never going to hang out with you. They don't want to talk to you after the thing. They're going to go over there because you're a paycheck. That's what y'all going over there for. You're going over there. They're going to make what? I said $640,000 from the 120 people if every one of them paid? After cost, paying for the yacht, paying for the women, and some of the influencers getting a small cut just for showing up.
Dude, if they were smart, what they would do, they would pay for the thing and then ask their bank to charge back because, like, just claim you got scammed or something, and then they could go to this yacht party for free. That's what I'd try to do if I really, for whatever reason, wanted to go to this yacht party thing. I would just pay the money, go there, tell my bank I got scammed, and then have them charge back.
This is one of the slimiest things you could do to your fan base. I'm sorry. It is. You're talking about a male self-improvement thing, but what you're really doing is just honey trapping them with whores. Isn't that what they're doing?
Yep.
How is that male self-improvement? Could you imagine if Tony Robbins was charging 10 grand so you could be a bunch of around Instagram models? Call it what it is. Call a spade a spade. All right? And if you don't, it's because you're stuck in the matrix. They're stuck in the red pill matrix. If you are blind to the fact that this shit is a scam, you are stuck in a different matrix.
I don't even know what to say at this point, my man. I don't know what to say new. I don't even know what to add more.
Yeah.
It's just it's consistent with the downfall.
Bro,
it's despair.
Do you realize that with that $4,000, you could get a toupee as good as Myron's? You could get a hair transplant as good as Myron's.
This you?
Bro, don't you think it's crazy? My man, no. My man's hairline was back here, and he's like, I'm tired of being East African, and he fucking slid that shit forward like he was in a Bollywood movie. My dude, it's not real. We all know it.
I mean, the worst people are going to be the people that are going to pay for that $4,000. What you want me to say? I think it's desperation. It's been desperation from, you know when I know it was desperation? I'm going to tell you why I know. The minute they started attacking you, that they wanted to fight with you. I don't nowhere.
All right, let's see. My response to Terrence Howard.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was like, hey, man, yeah, I'd love for you to come on my show, do my radio, do my TV thing. Would love that. I was like, yeah, but I've got something I want to introduce to you.
I got name checked because 8 years ago, he sent me a 30...
Whoa, 8 years ago. Almost a decade, and Terrence Howard is still butthurt about this.
6-page treatise.
And it was only 36 pages.
So this is Terrence Howard attempting to reinvent mathematics and physics. A little backstory there. I took initial interest in Terrence because my mother said to me, do you know Terrence Howard? I said, yeah, I know. You mean the actor? She said, yeah. Well, I heard him interviewed on NPR. On there, he said that like when he was a kid, he wanted to be like a scientist and study the universe. I said, well, that's cool. Okay, maybe we'll get him on Star Talk. We love talking to celebrities who have a sort of soft geek underbelly. At the time, I didn't quite know how to get in touch with him, but we met at something called the Upfronts, which is where networks present their next season's TV shows.
I saw him at an event Upfront.
And then this came in my inbox. In this particular case, since I basically solicited it from him, I actually spent time reading every line of all 36 pages. And I commented. My comments are in red here. You see that? So I spent a lot of time on it. And I thought, out of respect for him, what I should do is give him my most informed critical analysis that I can. In my field, we call that a peer review. You come up with an idea, you present it either at a conference or you first write it up and you send it to your colleagues. It is their duty to alert you of things about your ideas that are either misguided or wrong, or there's the calculation that doesn't work out, or the logic doesn't comport. That's their job. Not all ideas will turn out to be correct. Most won't be. But to get to that point, you need to know things like, what has everyone else said about this same subject? Am I repeating someone else's work? Is this a new insight that no one else has had, but has foundations that are authentic or legitimate or objectively true? Am I making a false assumption? Am I making an assumption that someone else has already shown to be false? All of this goes on the frontier of science. Let me make it clear that I'm delighted when I see people with active minds trying to tackle the great unknowns in the universe. It's a beautiful thing that people want to participate on this frontier.
I am not Somalian. I don't know where the fuck that idea came from. I don't know if it's because of my forehead. I don't think my forehead is quite big enough to be Somalian, but none of my family is from Africa. They're all from the Caribbean islands, basically.
Here. What can happen is if you're a fan of a subject, let's say, a hobbyist, let's call it, it's possible to know enough about that subject to think you're right, but not enough about that subject to know that you're wrong.
Let's see, bend over $90. Here's someone who's apparently dumber than Terrence Howard. Let me see.
Hey everyone, by now most of you have seen my debunk of Terrence Howard's Joe Rogan episode. As surprising as it was...
Bill Carson. Who is Bill Carson? Oh, that guy. You know, he kind of looks dumb. He has that sort of empty, mile-long stare that a lot of dumb people have. He looks pretty dumb. This is long, so we're going to have to react to this later. Also, thoughts on this review paper looking into if insects feel pain. Let's see, Chapter 3, Can Insects Feel Pain? Review of Neural and Behavioral Evidence. There may be more neural and cognitive behavioral evidence for pain in insects than previously considered. We found no good evidence that any insects failed a criterion. However, there were significant evidence gaps, particularly for juveniles, highlighting the importance of more research on insect pain. We conclude by considering the ethical implications of our findings, where insects are managed in wild, farmed, and research contexts. Yeah, I mean, you would expect insects to be able to feel pain. I'll read that paper on my own time because it sounds kind of interesting. But thanks for that donation, Ben.
Was to watch him babble.
And so there's this sort of valley in there, a valley of false confidence. This has been studied by others, and it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's the phenomenon where a little bit of knowledge.
What supplements do I take? I take a multivitamin, B12, D3, and creatine.
You over-assess how much of that subject you actually know. And then when you learn even more, you realize, no, I didn't know as much as I thought I did. So then there's a sort of a lull there. And then when you learn even more, you come back up. Ultimately, learning enough to know whether you were right or wrong. To become an expert means you spend all this time. It doesn't happen overnight. You can't just sit in an armchair and say, I'm now an expert. It requires years and years of study, especially looking through journals where new ideas are published and contested. That's what we have learned is the most effective means of establishing that which is objectively true, or determining that which is objectively false. Both of those work hand in hand to move the needle on our understanding of the universe. I'm going to read you just my opening line here. It's titled 1 × 1 = 2. So I lead off by saying, this is an ambitious work that is a clear indication of a restless, active mind. Within these pages, however, there are many assumptions and statements that are underinformed, misinformed, or simply false, thereby compromising or nullifying many of the subsequent conclusions you have drawn. That's exactly what should happen in a peer review out of respect for one another's intellect. It opens with a quote from Terence. It can never occur that the square root of a given number, when added to itself, is greater than the initial number squared, for that would expose a loose thread within the fabric of our understanding, a loose thread capable of unraveling the very ground rules of mathematics. That's a bold statement. So then I just say, this opening thesis is false. There are plenty of examples of this that have escaped your attention. His statement is shown to be false for
Somalian president donated to Lawyers Come Back Home, comrade. I ain't never going to Somalia, but thanks for the donation, Somalian
Thoughts
president.
on frugivores, and would you ever go raw vegan? How much of your diet consists of processed foods?
Thoughts on frugivores. There's no such thing as frugivores. There are species that eat a lot of fruit, or even mainly fruit, but there's no such thing as frugivore. Would I ever go raw vegan? No. There's literally no advantage, and there's many downsides, like getting enough calories, getting an adequate amount of micro and macronutrients, dietary planning, cost expense. How much of my diet consists of processed food? I don't know exactly, and I don't know what you mean by processed food either. Like, technically, tofu is a processed food, so I don't know. There's different classifications of processed food. There's like class 1, 2, 3. There's ultra processed foods. I would say probably less than 10% of my diet includes ultra processed food. But thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Every number that's less than 1 and greater than 0. For example, the square root of 0.64 is 0.8. 0.8 is bigger than 0.64, and it's a larger number than the original. And 0.64 squared equals 0.4096, a smaller number than the original. To the extent that the next 35 pages depends on your stated thesis, this fact undermines your claims and assumptions and conclusions. It's not about feelings here. It's about objective reality. So at the time, I considered Terrence a strong acquaintance. Then we hung out a bit and had much exchange. We haven't spoken much since then. But go to page 2, and in here, he mentions people who he declares were persecuted because their vision exceeded the myopic view of their contemporaries. And he mentions Walter Russell, Nikola Tesla, John Keeley, and many, many more. Regarding your list of people who have made brave sacrifices, I note that to be a genius is to be misunderstood, but to be misunderstood is not to be a genius. The work of Russell, Walter Russell, has eluded any experimental support, and the work of Keeley is generally not reproducible. Science is about reproducibility. I can have the most brilliant, crazy, fun idea ever, and if I perform an experiment and no one else can duplicate that experiment, it belongs in the trash heap. It's me in my own world, thinking I have landed on an objective truth, when in fact I haven't. That's how science works, the reproducibility of results. As for the work of Tesla, much of it had very real value to physics and our understanding of electromagnetism. And that value is duly recognized by my community in the naming of a unit of electromagnetism after him. You can't get more badass than having a unit named after you. Newton has a unit named after him. For example, the metric unit of force is a Newton. Much of the rest of his work was fringe and unrealized, either for violating known laws of physics or for being simply impractical. Just because you do some good stuff doesn't mean everything you ever did is going to be great. I will further affirm that just because an idea sounds crazy doesn't make it wrong. The system of research and publications in peer-reviewed journals has the capacity to spot crazy but true ideas, provided they're supporting by compelling arguments, and ultimately supported by experiments and observations. Newton's laws, Einstein's relativity, quantum physics were all revolutionary ideas that appeared in peer-review settings or journals. Meanwhile, most of the work of Russell and Keeley had no such success with their ideas. So I think on Rogan, Terrence said that I trashed those 3 researchers.
Attack that I had talked about Walter Russell and Victor Schauberger and John Keeley and Tesla as the people that I looked up to. So he threw shit on he was like, well, Tesla stuff worked, but Tesla was never really respected and out there.
When I'm just
Well, this is what you call narcissism. Anytime you make a valid criticism, they consider it a personal attack. So Terrence Howard is without a doubt a narcissist.
Simply stating the fact. I don't think of that as trashing. I think of that as being honest. I mean, I could have softened it, but I don't think that's what people who care about you should do. People who care will be honest with you about ideas, about thoughts. The world is changing so quickly, and so is everything around us. Unfortunately, we have chosen to remain handcuffed to antiquated and obsolete beliefs. We have put an enormous amount of faith into the methods and practices of old that are as dead today as the men who propagated the notion that the world was flat. So I say here, regarding your world was flat reference, it's not widely appreciated that the idea of a flat earth predates the introduction and development of the methods and tools of science as we practice them today. Those processes date back to
Booty come donated $2. 54. Look at the Taliban's new video. Lol, it's embarrassing. Let me take a look.
Look at this. Look at this piece of shit.
Is this their navy?
Shit. Look at this. Like, please roll up on a bunch of Marines in this boat. Please do that.
Yeah, they'd get wiped out. Wow, they're shooting at dirt. I got some M240 Bravo.
When I actually tweeted this, I said that this is a roller coaster of emotions. Seeing this was kind of what I was talking about.
Wow, they destroyed those rocks. Good job.
I actually sent this one to Cam and Josh and was like, can you guys please break down as amphibious people the Taliban amphibious operations? And Cam actually did. He talked about their spacing and their boats. It was in our team chat and I was rolling. I just wanted to pause for a second.
Well, that's why the Taliban couldn't control Afghanistan while the US was there. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
I didn't know this was a thing. Play 822 to 855. They also have an active 24/7 I_Peter1 of Family Guy.
Let me take a look. 822.
A few moments later. What are you doing, Squidward?
I'm injecting heroin. Why would you do that? I don't know. I just felt like it.
What the
That's
fuck?
not a good enough reason. You could get addicted.
So what if I do? You could die? I don't care.
Squidward, you need to get help. This is serious.
Leave me alone.
A few moments later. Hey, Squidward.
Dude, what the fuck? They have AI SpongeBob?
Did you try that new food plankton selling?
No. And I'm not going to. It's probably full of germs.
Oh, I'm sure it's fine. Besides,
That does make sense that Squidward would do heroin and not care if he dies. Thanks for that donation, Alan.
around 1600, coincident with the invention of the microscope and telescope. Before then, truths were whatever seemed right to the senses. Afterwards, and to this day, truth was whatever the verified data obtained by your instruments forced you to believe if your senses otherwise contradicted the data. This fact means...
Bend over, donated $2. I don't know if you saw this news yesterday, but here's another W for our gun rights activism. Let me see. Supreme Court invalidates Trump-era bump stock ban. Ha ha ha. Fuck you. That's great. I guess that's one of the few benefits to having a conservative Supreme Court. I genuinely do not understand how it's possible to ban any kind of small arms, whether they're like machine guns or otherwise, if we, have a U.S. Constitution that says you're allowed to bear arms. Nothing in the U.S. Constitution suggests that there's like a class of weapon that is so powerful, like, a machine gun, that it has to be banned. So I don't know how there's still a machine gun ban. It makes no fucking sense. 6-3, and you know exactly who the 6-3 are. Authored by conservative Justice Clarence Thomas, the court said that the ATF stretched the law too far, ruling in favor of the challenger. We conclude that a semi-automatic rifle equipped with a bump stock is not a machine gun because it does not fire more than one shot by single function of the trigger. Yep. I mean, it's that simple. That's pretty good. Hopefully they repeal the machine gun law, the machine gun ban. I don't know how the hell that's still constitutional. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
That there's no such misunderstanding on the scale of the
Do I have to worry about addiction if I don't have a family history of addiction? Yes. Again, if you don't have a family history of addiction, that may be just because your family has never done any drugs. But if they had chosen to, they may have been addicted, and you could still have a genetic predeterminer for addiction.
flat Earth in the era of modern science. And in multiple places throughout the treatise, he's attaching a number to a physical idea or a physical object. That idea goes way back, by the way. Go back to Pythagoras, famous for the Pythagorean theorem, which we all learned in 8th grade, was it, or 9th grade? Pythagoras was also a philosopher who tried to understand how things worked. He felt, among others in his group, that if you assign a number to something, the number can imbue that object with certain meaning and significance, which means then if you manipulate the numbers, that you gain insight into the objects themselves once you've assigned a number to it. There's a lot of that permeates this document, but it's a long disproven approach to the world. Again, there's nothing wrong with a failed idea. Now other people know to not do it, right? That has value. If we place a candle in front of a mirror, the measurement of light is doubled, is it not? It does not measure as only one light source. We actually see two lights. A light meter will show twice the intensity of light. This is false.
He attacked it with such vitriol.
Maybe that's too blunt? What else should I say? I'm a scientist. That's what I would tell a colleague. A colleague who then say, would thank you, and then we go out for a beer after, because that's how that works. And there's an old saying, I first heard it from Michael Dell of Dell Technologies.
Yeah, you're not creating new photons. Yeah, Terrence Howard is not only a crazy person, but he's definitely a narcissist.
One day you find yourself the smartest person in the room, change rooms. I say this is false. The light in the mirror appears dimmer than the source of light itself, for several reasons, starting with the fact that no mirror is 100% reflective. But more importantly, the candle in the mirror is always farther away from you than the candle itself. So the light meter will always read less than twice the actual value of the candle itself. I will note that
Booty Come Donate Tellers 5916 off screen.
I actually sent this one to Cam and Josh and was like, can you guys please break down?
Let's see, 5916.
I watched a video of yours where you were roller skating and talking about certain spiritual experiences you had and why you would always be a vegan. I thought you were an atheist. What are your spiritual views?
Yeah, I am atheist. I don't know what you mean by spiritual views. I talked about having like out of body experiences and shit from either doing psychedelic drugs or near death experiences, but that doesn't mean I believe in like a spirit realm or anything. So you're gonna have to be more specific with what you mean by spiritual views, but I don't believe that we have a soul and our soul can like travel outside our body or anything like that. Thanks for the donation though, Anon.
I don't know where it was. Discretion advised. Okay, lawful use.
Well, that guy fucked around and found out.
So force in defense of yourself, in defense of others, in my opinion. I'm just a dude. I'm not a lawyer. But what appears this dude is doing is maybe removing a safety of some kind. He's not press checking or anything like that. Very good control of that firearm. But I'd like you to kind of focus here. Because on first glance, I actually thought that she was about to draw down too. But here's what she's doing. She's actually hiding her phone from being robbed.
Well, good riddance. If only we could do that to more criminals. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
From this work, Terrence produces art, sculptural art, which I find to be intriguing, even beautiful. To me, more intriguing than beautiful, because you got to look at it and you keep looking at it, like, what is that? And what's going on there? I just want to read you my ending comments here. I could not follow the reasoning on these last few pages, but the illustrations that derive from them are beautiful, regardless of how they were derived. My notes have been strongly critical of your reasoning and conclusions. I was candid and blunt out of respect for the energy you have clearly invested in this work. But if you're sure that you are still right and that I have completely misunderstood your thesis, then you will need to look for another person to evaluate what you have done and solicit their comments. In any case, like I say above, the images and illustrations in your final pages are beautiful works of art, unlike any I have seen. Best to you, Neil. So, in case people wanted to know what actually went down 8 years ago, just always be cautious of the Dunning-Kruger effect. You put in a little bit of work and you have an idea, and then you think your idea...
The Dunning-Kruger effect was actually disproved. There's no such thing as the Dunning-Kruger effect. There's just some stupid people who are overly confident, but it's the actual Dunning-Kruger theory is false.
Is right, and that Einstein is wrong, and Newton is wrong, and that everybody's wrong, and that all of modern astrophysicists are wrong. That's bold. That's bold. Audacious. Bodacious. When continental drift was proposed, it was like, what? Land masses are moving on Earth's surface? That's a weird idea. That's going to be a hard sell. We think there's sort of upswelling of yes, locally, but whole continents, that's crazy. It would take a few decades until ultimately, when we're mapping the bottom of the ocean, we find that there's a mid-Atlantic ridge that the ridges are separating. It's like bada bing. So the resistance to jumping on the idea that continents move was not because people were stubborn. It was because people are cautious. Any new idea needs to be put.
All right, well, Terrence Howard is a retarded lying bastard, but pretty much already knew that. Let me see. I'm just going to move these tabs over to here.
Hey, this ain't Israel. This ain't Israel. What God would be okay with how you guys are behaving and killing the Palestinian people? What are you guys doing? You guys are the same people who tried to kill Jesus. They blew up a church in Palestine and you're saying nothing. Condemn Israel for blowing up a church. Condemn Israel. That's me, SQ. Confronting Zionist post.
Oh, God. This guy seems like one of the most... He's one of the worst debaters because every question he says is incredibly fucking loaded. And then when you try to answer one of his questions, he just steamrolls you and doesn't let you talk.
Protesters at one of the largest encampment sites
across the United States. The world was watching.
you've seen on your social media.
Look like a Hamas mouthpiece.
Why is that?
Yes, he looks like a Hamas.
So now visibly Muslim people look like Hamas mouthpieces.
He looks like a Hamas mouthpiece.
Buddy, you're wearing a keffiyeh, which Hamas wears.
Look how tough he gets when you're there.
He got in my face.
Look how tough he gets when you're
there. He got in
there.
my face. Look at this. Look at this.
Stop him. Put your arms on him. Put your arms on him. Put your arms on him. But put your hands on him. But when he was calling me a terrorist, is that okay? Is that okay?
Have you both having an argument here? This is what he stands for.
You should arrest him. You should arrest him. With the genocide in Palestine happening for over half a year now, and the growing support from non-Muslims increasing, I wanted to find out, why are so many non-Muslims sacrificing to support this cause? Are you Palestinian?
No, I'm Italian American.
Wonderful. What's the passion behind this right here, right? You know, people might ask, like, hey, you're not Palestinian, you're not Arab, you're not a Muslim. Why are you supporting this? What would be the answer?
Because I'm Irish.
And why is that special?
Same empire, same struggle. Yeah.
And the Irish people know best when they were colonized.
By the way, the majority of Irish people support Israel, so...
by the British. You see, when a person has been through colonization, they recognize it.
You're Irish.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, he's Irish.
Yes, we're all Irish.
The struggle against colonialism is linked to the struggle.
Oh, bro, I fucking hate this retarded talk. Like, colonialism, from what I've seen, is like more than 50%. Like, you have a greater odds of colonialism being a good thing. There are criticisms you can make of colonialism or colonial efforts. So Europeans coming to North America, the Native American genocide. But the result of European colonialism in North America created, this culture we have today, a secular culture where all human beings have equal rights. There's no slavery. We don't murder gay people. Women aren't being sold into sex slavery, shit like that. That's the result of colonialism. Was every effort in that colonial venture ethical? No. So the Native American genocide or Holocaust, whatever you want to call it. But the outcome was overall beneficial, especially when you consider Native Americans were committing tribal genocide against each other. So all of the Native Americans that died during, this European colonial experiment likely would have died from tribal genocide anyway. You could argue more Native Americans would have died if Europeans never would have came from, violent tribal warfare than if Europeans came. So the net effect, we have a modern Western secular government that doesn't violate the rights of its citizens, at least for the most part. Is colonialism a bad thing in that context? No. So just claiming, oh, it's colonialism, that's not an argument. Colonialism is very often a good thing.
Struggle against all forms of oppression all over the world. And I would say that, as a working class person, I would say that affects me personally because, the police here, they're trained also by Zionists.
Yes, they are.
IDF and all that. When we were out there during the George Floyd moment,
yes,
there was a lot of pro-Palestinian sentiment there too, because even the people, everybody feels that what happens in Palestine affects us all.
Absolutely does.
It's just obvious.
No. What happens in Palestine does not affect us all because it's happening in Palestine.
I have no reason. I'm just here. My heart told me to be here.
Your heart told you to be here, right? You see, in Islam, we believe that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that there's one piece of flesh in our...
The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, there will come a time when all Jews are eradicated and the last of the Jews will try to hide behind rocks and trees, And the rocks and trees will talk to you and tell you there's a Jew hiding behind me so that you can kill them. That's what the Prophet Muhammad said. So yes, what a great mentor you have. A genocidal maniac who wanted to exterminate entire groups of people who also raped children. A wonderful person to base your moral system off of.
Bodies, that if it's good, then all is good, and if it's bad, then all is bad. And he said that is the heart. You see, what's allowing you to be here right now is the heart of yours versus those
your heart does not make moral decisions.
Who don't have the heart, who don't see what's right from right and wrong from wrong.
It's enough, it's enough. 75 years of occupation is enough. You know, they've been killing the...
Yeah, 75 years of occupation. What do they even mean by occupation, by the way? Like, what, Jews exist? Is that what an occupation is? Like, just Jews existing?
Palestinian all over, all the time and everything. It's enough, it's enough. Honestly, it's enough, it's enough. For 75 years, I've been looking. It's not gonna stop. It's getting worse and worse. You know, our government is, we're sending money to them.
Like, by the way, it's so strange. If you look at the history of the area, this area called Palestine was occupied by the Ottoman Empire, and there was never this cultural identity of Palestine. It was mostly just small tribes living across that area that didn't have any sort of national identity. So, like, especially when you put it into that context, the idea that these people are being occupied, what the fuck does that mean? Like, they don't have any national identity. They were under Ottoman rule, and there were just these small, isolated tribes for the most part. So, like, what? They just hate Jews? Is that their cultural identity? Jews are evil, we're Muslim, so we want to just kill Jews? Like, that's their argument for why Israel shouldn't exist, because we hate Jews?
We're paying for our taxes for what?
Our people over here are struggling, right? Yeah. Our own people, our American people, right? Forget about all this. Our own American people are struggling, right? Education is such a problem. Healthcare, don't even talk to me about that. Homelessness is out of control. Yet we have billions of dollars to go over there and give them. Yeah. Why is this the case?
We are...
The idea that we are wasting money by giving money to Israel is fucking retarded. What we give Israel something like $5-6 billion of aid each year. Just having good business relations with Israel, so giving them this military aid, that improves our relations with that nation, and they bring in more money into our economy than we give them in military aid. So, like this argument makes no sense. If we give them $6 billion, but let's say we get $50 billion back just through trade, exchange of technology, things like that, like, how are we losing anything by doing that? It's idiotic. Like, if anything, that would do more to help, our situation here with, like, homelessness, education, healthcare system, if we get that money back just through, like, trade.
Completely not understand, Israel is a foreign country. We should take care of American people first.
Yes, America first.
And we cannot associate ourselves with the genocide.
You can't.
Very simple like that.
You can't.
Black people in this country know genocide, and in Palestine know genocide, right? And we know apartheid.
You recognize it. You recognize
it's beyond interconnected, right? So that's what makes our fights, family. That's what makes all of us Palestinians.
Yes.
If you think about it.
I don't know what he means by black people here understand genocide. Black people were never genocided in the United States. And most African slaves that came over from Africa into the US to be slaves were enslaved in their home country.
Your words on nihilism sunk in for me last night and really helped me break through my depression. None of this matters. No matter what, I'm gonna die, and so will everything else. I am a microorganism in the universe. My problems are small and meaningless.
Yeah, there's no sense catastrophizing and having this idea that, these little things that happen to you, like you don't like your job, you're not making enough money, maybe your relationships kind of suck. Catastrophizing and looking at things in this way that, there's this massive injustice that's happening to you. You're experiencing doom because things aren't going your way. It's only creating, more suffering for yourself thinking that way. If you look at things from a realistic perspective that none of this matters, the world is just this big dumb joke, you save yourself a lot of suffering by just not taking it all seriously. No injustice that's, being brought upon you is meaningful. People treating you shitty at work, you not making enough money, you having to work long hours, having issues with girls or men or relationships, none of it matters, and it's just a big stupid joke. And if you look at it as a big stupid joke, then you spare yourself that suffering that you're creating by catastrophizing it all. And if you can just look at it as a big dumb joke, you can still, be a little upset that, I'm not making as much money as I'd want. I'm not living a lifestyle that would be ideal for me, but you're not creating true suffering for yourself in your own mind. You can be displeased with things, sure, but you're creating real true suffering if you catastrophize like that. But thanks for the donation, Dreamzation. Glad I could help.
It does. So it's a beautiful thing to really be in solidarity with one another, but also to really take over and dismantle systems that are designed to be inherently and essentially racist.
It is. Thank you, my friend. Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Yeah, you already know, guys. It's clear to the average right-minded person that Israel's performing a genocide. So exactly what are these Zionists here to...
Yeah, Batman. Blacks in Africa were chattel slaves. That's how most of black slaves in America got to America. White Europeans and white Americans would go to Africa. They would buy chattel slaves from African warlords and then ship them to the United States. So that, again, these black slaves were chattel slaves in their home country for the most part. I think only something like 5 to 10% were just rounded up and captured, but the majority of them were chattel slaves in Africa. That's how most of the slaves got here.
Protest.
Street?
Dawa.
Dawa is a news network from where?
Yes, it's HNN. You heard of us?
No.
Hello?
I'm pretty sure catastrophize is a word. Catastrophizing means that a person fixates on the worst possible outcome. That is a word that's at least used in the English lexicon. I don't know if it's in a dictionary. Merriam-Webster Dictionary. Catastrophized, catastrophizing, catastrophizes, to imagine the worst possible outcome of an action or event. So yeah, catastrophize is a word.
All News Network?
I'm old.
It's okay. It's okay.
It is
maybe
okay
you have. It's okay. Yes, inshallah. God willing. I mean, look, if I was in Palestine right now, that's probably a very low chance because the Israeli terrorists are bombing them. So the question is this: why are you choosing to refuse the genocide that they're committing?
It's not a genocide. It's a war of defense.
It's defense. What are they defending? What are they defending themselves?
They're defending themselves against Hamas. You idiot.
From another attack like October 7th.
So has there been another attack?
Of course not, because they're in there.
Okay.
So it's working.
Why are they killing innocent children?
Because
Hamas uses human shields.
Hamas hides them in schools with munitions and other military
So
targets.
are you saying that Hamas is hiding behind a child?
Yes.
So when
Yes. By the way, the UN, which these fucking pro-Palestinian Hamas retards love to reference, acknowledges that Hamas uses human shields.
When you see videos, where
and what's hilarious too is the International Court of Justice. They also put out arrest warrants for Hamas officials. So, I mean, all these institutions and organizations that these pro-Hamas fucking retards love to reference to show Israel's committing a genocide, they recognize that Hamas is committing a genocide. They recognize that Hamas uses human shields, and they have arrest warrants out for Hamas officials. So they love to play this like double think kind of game where, oh, all these international organizations recognize that Israel bad, Antifada, support Hamas, Palestinian freedom, and then the organization Hamas that they love to, promote. Again, these same organizations are also saying Hamas are fucking evil terrorists.
No problem. You are done.
I'm just wrong.
And you've embarrassed yourself too. Because
I have no sense of embarrassment ever. Nothing can embarrass.
You've embarrassed yourself because you've made sensible arguments, and I literally cannot come up with a single argument against your arguments, right?
I can tell.
I'm just wrong.
I can tell. You lack self-awareness.
I'm 49.
Yes.
I'm old enough to be very comfortable with nothing bothers me.
Respectfully.
I hear that all the time.
Respectfully, I know.
Yeah, and
I know.
I can't tell how old you are because you're all covered up.
I am covered up. Well, my glasses over here. I'm not hiding my identity. This is me. Mashallah.
I can't tell if he's 26 or 47.
It's not sunny out, so I'm not sure why you need the sunglasses.
Because it's my look.
I'm just wrong. Okay.
You're denying the
My look,
fact.
the
No
60-year-old
problem.
crazy
No problem.
person.
You can deny this look. Another person. Could you tell us, how do you justify the murder of 40,000 plus innocent women, children, men?
So 40,000 innocent people haven't been killed. The 40,000 figure comes from Euromed, and that includes Hamas fighters along with civilian casualties. So if we go by Israel and U.S. intelligence figures, somewhere between 8 and 15,000 Hamas fighters have been killed. That would mean civilian casualties are somewhere around the figure of 30 to 25,000. So if we're going to play a numbers game, at least represent the numbers accurately. Say 25 to 30,000 civilians. Don't just say, 40,000. It's not 40,000 civilians that have been killed.
And
quiet.
Why are you
Shekit
fighting me?
babakasha.
Excuse me.
Shekit babakasha.
out of nowhere, this prehistoric Zionist tries to rizz up this woman, but she wasn't having it.
Hi. You can go talk over there. I'm singing over here.
I thought they were together.
I'll talk to you.
Yeah, I thought they were together on something.
You don't want to talk.
No? Oh, I thought you guys are you on some Israel Chai thing too, my friend?
No, I am a Jew and
Yes.
I'm a Zionist.
You're a Jew and a Zionist. Okay, hold on one second. I don't know why the Zionist thinks it's okay to play defense on me like this, but he clearly doesn't understand personal space.
Oh, damn, this guy's showing his alpha male Jew energy and he can't handle it.
I said the number 40 to 41,000 people. That's the estimate.
No.
Yeah, that's the estimate from Euromed.
Are you trying to downplay the number?
Yes.
Oh, you're going to downplay the number?
Yes.
What if they did that to the Jews in the Holocaust? How would you feel?
Terrible.
Terrible, right?
How do
So
we
it's
feel?
terrible for them, but for us, you can
Why
lower
don't
it.
you do an interview and stop yelling at me?
Who's yelling at? Why are you so sensitive?
Because
Why are you so
I have,
sensitive?
because I have
She
PTSD.
rejected you. She rejected you.
Yes.
She thought you was friends.
Yeah, see what I mean? This guy has no interest in having any kind of intellectually honest conversation. This guy is just calmly speaking to him and seems to be fairly interested in actually having a conversation. And this guy's like, oh my God. These are the people advocating for the Palestinian side, and all they can say is, Allahu Akbar.
She's nuts, but she's supporting the same thing you are.
That may be, but that doesn't mean anything.
How are you going to call your own resistance member nuts?
Because
Got to get on the same page, my man.
she happens not to be a well woman.
Well, that's kind of rude for you to say.
I know,
Yeah,
but
I
I'm
know.
saying it.
So, but if you're saying she's not well, who's to say that you're well? If you're the standard of well, if you don't believe that killing 40,000 plus people is not a genocide, you're not well. Does that make sense? Am I making sense?
Genocide isn't defined by the number of people killed, it's defined by the intent of the killings. If he's going to say 40,000 equates to a genocide, then I guess the Americans and Allied forces genocided the Germans? Because they killed well over 40,000 Nazis. Like, this is idiotic.
If you don't believe that killing over 40,000 people is not okay, you're not well. So it's like you guys actually belong together.
Are you going to shut up so I can say something?
Oh, that's how you talk. This is in Israel, my friend. You don't get to talk to people how you want to talk to.
I'm from Brooklyn.
Okay, I'm from the Bronx.
That's all right.
Yeah. And listen, out of respect, I respect you because you're my elder.
Let me say a word.
Because there's nothing for you to say if you can't acknowledge the 40,000 people that are killed and murdered.
I have PTSD since October 7th.
Yo, listen to me, man. I'm respecting you because you have a Yankees thing on and I rock with the Yankees. Other than that, you could get lost, okay? Other than that, talk to me.
I have PTSD since October 7th.
Oh, no.
October 7th changed history.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not.
Guys, can someone give him a pill? He has PTSD right now, guys. Get him a therapist. Talk to him.
You think that's funny?
No. I think it's hilarious that you're ignoring the 75 years of occupation and you want to point it out to one day.
You didn't ask me one question about occupation yet.
Okay, go ahead.
You're the most presumptuous person I've been interviewed.
And good looking. Got to add that to the list, too, okay?
I'm much better looking than you are.
You wish.
I have my shirt on, too.
Okay, and I have a thobe on. This is
Are you
traditional
carrying the
thobe.
Quran?
Yes.
Can I tell you something about the Quran?
Oh, go ahead.
One thing.
Whew.
And this is for everybody.
Okay, go ahead. I don't know where this is about to go. Oh, my God.
Muhammad in the
Oh, my
Quran.
God. Oh, my God.
Muhammad in the Quran says
Go ahead.
that this area that we are talking about, Palestine, Israel, Greater Syria, the former Ottoman Empire, that area belongs to the Jewish people.
He does not. Show me the verse. Show me the verse. Show me the verse. Show me the. You're not that sophisticated.
Oh, dude, that guy just fucking smacked him down. Let me see. Quran recognizes the nation of Israel. Quran cannot deal with the state of Israel as we know it today, since that state only came into existence in 1948, many centuries after the Quran itself was revealed. Well, that's... Okay, so the Jews were living in that area during the time. Let's see... What the Quran says about the land of Israel. Islamic scripture actually recognizes the Jewish link to Israel, says a British imam. According to the Mosque Charter, Palestine is Islamic endowment for all generations of Muslims until the day of resurrection, which no one may renounce. The Arab-Israeli conflict is seen as not just a political dispute, but an implacably religious one. But there are Muslim scholars who will tell you that this claim has no basis in the Quran. Not only that, but the foundation text of Islam, in fact, recognizes the special link between the Jewish people and the land of Israel. You will find very clearly, says Sheikh Dr. Muhammad al-Husseini, that the traditional commentators from the 8th and 9th century onward have uniformly interpreted the Quran to say explicitly that Eretz Yisrael has been given by God to the Jewish people as a perpetual covenant. There is no Islamic counterclaim to the land anywhere in the traditional corpus of commentary. Dr. al-Husseini is a British imam who teaches a course on the Quran as part of the interfaith studies on the Leo Back College, the progressive rabbinic college in Finchley, North London. One of the texts he has taught is the following verse in the Quran, 5:21, O my people, enter the Holy Land which God has decreed for you, and turn back on your heels, otherwise you'll be overturned as losers. He examines this passage through the eyes of one classic commentator of the Quran, Muhammad ibn Jarir al-Tabari, 838 to 923, who says the remark is a narrative from God concerning the saying of Moses to his community from among the children of Israel, and his order to them according to the order of God to him, ordering them to enter the Holy Land. Al-Tabari, Dr. Al-Husseini says, is our Rashi, the founder of Tafsir, the science of exegesis. The Arabic word is similar to pressure, Hebrew for interpretation. One of the key rules of Islamic exegesis by which Islamic scholarship is bound is that the authority to interpret lies in the hands of the prophet and of the prophet's companions alone. He says, nobody can go to the text and just freely interpret the text of their own purposes. This is really important because if the prophet or one of his companions has given an interpretation, then we are bound by it. The Arabic for Holy Land in Al-Ard al-Muqaddasa is close to the Hebrew Eretz Kodesh and refers to this place of land rather than other sites sacred to Muslims. During the life of the Prophet, there was an enormous territorial ambition to get Mecca back. They mean Mecca back from the Makkans. He says there was no territorial ambition to claim Jerusalem, Palestine. What happens during his lifetime is what God wants to happen for the Muslim community. His prophecy and his objective was the reclamation of the Islamic holy site, which is Makkah. If God had decreed that his prophet should have Jerusalem, then it would have been something that he would have been preoccupied with during his lifetime, and he conquered the whole of the Arabian Peninsula. It was never the case during the early period of Islam that there was any kind of sacerdotal attachment to Jerusalem as a territorial claim. Jerusalem is holy, but Mount Sinai is more holy. Sinai is mentioned far more often, and Jerusalem isn't actually mentioned by name. Jerusalem is alluded to in the phrase, the further mosque. Al-Tabari's commentary also notes that the word decreed, kataba, in Arabic, related to katav, written in Hebrew, has the connotations of ordered. In other words, settling the land was regarded as a mitzvah for the children of Israel. Al-Tabari also observes that the decree is confirmed in al-Mahfuz. Why can't they just have normal names like Fred? The eternally preserved tablet, a reference to the Islamic idea that in heaven exists a sacred blueprint for which the Muslims, Christians, and Jewish scriptures emanate. Hence, the covenant with the Jews, people of Israel, is everlasting. So, yeah, basically, that's hilarious. So, the Quran actually recognizes the state of Israel being owned by the Jews. This guy just fucking dunked on that fucker. That's funny. And now he's triggered.
But somehow you know that?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. I think you need to recheck your wires, my friend.
Okay, so forget about that. I am very upset.
No, that was a really poor argument. Stay on that. Don't forget about it. Stay on that. Show me that. Who was it? It was the Muslims. When the Muslims took over and conquered the land of Palestine again from the Romans, it was the Muslims who established over 70 Jewish families back in the land. Why?
Okay.
Because it is important to the Jews as it's important to the Christians as it's important to the Muslims. This is what the Muslims did, my friend. What are you guys doing? You guys are the same people who tried to kill Jesus. You guys are now blowing up churches over there. I'm not presumptuous.
It was the Romans who killed Jesus.
That's the fact. Is that the fact?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa.
He's trying to think of an answer, so you gotta.
You said that we tried to kill Jesus. We didn't try to kill Jesus. Some Jewish people and the Romans did kill Jesus.
Got you. It was the Zionist types of people who outed him and talked about
types of people.
Yeah.
You know,
Zionists have been around.
You go to school?
Huh?
Where'd you?
I might have went to Columbia.
Did you?
Yeah, maybe. Where did you go to school?
I went to Columbia.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, I guess we come from the same alumni, group over here. We're alumni now.
Education to talk to someone.
I'm sorry?
You don't need a colonialist education.
Yeah, I saw the action figure some guy made of me. RC sent me the message, though, so I didn't respond back.
Exactly.
You think that Columbia was a colonialist education?
Country's a colonialist education.
Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely.
I can't argue with such an overreaching kind of statement. The United States of America.
It's just a fact. You just choose to disbelieve in that.
This Zionist constant denial begged me to ask, why are they denying that they're committing a genocide?
So why do you think these people right behind us over here who are waving their little Israeli flags, why are they failing to see this? Are they just like they have to support them no matter what? Is that like a part of what they are? Like, why do you think that is?
Well, because
So, as soon as this guy debated a Zionist Jew, he just yapped, steamrolled, wouldn't let them speak, and then he was like, fucking owned you, you didn't even get a chance to talk, I was shouting Allahu Akbar the entire time. Ugh, checkmate, Zionists.
Number one, they want to enable apartheid. They want to enable genocide. Their goal initially was to ethnically cleanse Palestine, to get rid of the Palestine land and literally wipe Gaza off the map.
Please watch.
Let me take a look. Yeah, that's horrific. Jesus. Yeah, so the F-list movement is retarded. If these people are so concerned with suffering, how exactly do they plan to exterminate all conscious life? The meteor that made the dinosaurs extinct had the power of all our atomic bombs combined, and that didn't actually cause an extinction of species. So all the weapons we have in the world right now couldn't exterminate all conscious life on the planet. Like what are we supposed to do? It's just fucking stupid. The idea that it would be easier to make all conscious life extinct than to make a world where there is a minimal amount of suffering is just retarded. But thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
Yes.
They've realized that they can control every other country but Gaza, so that's why they're so scared and nervous.
Yeah, I think that liberalism is a bit of a cult. You kind of have to do like the double thinking mind to like disassociate from the evils you're associated with, to have the comforts of we live in a polite and decent society, so everything is okay, and the killing doesn't touch me, the poverty doesn't touch me, all of these things. Our biggest problem is, dealing with like civil rights issues we have with like being able to protest like Black Lives Matter, which are incredibly important things, but we don't have to deal with the complete oppression and that, like Israel inflicts on Palestine. And
Israel is not oppressing Palestine. Palestinians are trying to exterminate the Jews, and they're creating their own set of problems. If Palestinians would have never taken up arms to fight Jews, guess what? everything would be easy peasy and a-okay. But they chose to do that, and they're the ones who fucked themselves over.
And so I feel like people just protect themselves mentally from having to engage in that and just like, oh, people just shouldn't die. Like, we need peace. Whereas, like, you know, that peace is...
You can't have peace when your oppressor's on top.
It's not peace.
You can't tell a person who's kidnapped and they're being abused, right? You can't just say, listen, just make peace with your oppressor. Why don't you just live with them and just be okay? It's not.
Please tell me how the Jews were oppressing Arabs. How? They just wanted to live in that territory. That's it. If Arabs were to have agreed to the 1947 partition plan, they would have just gotten Israeli citizenship. Most of them. And the ones living outside the territory would have had their own state. So exactly how would they have been oppressed if they agreed to the partition plan?
There is no peace until the oppressor is gone and eliminated.
Right, yeah.
What is to those who can't see this to be a genocide, those who don't see it's wrong, what is your message to them?
Stop reading mainstream media. Go to all of the...
Yeah, just watch TikTok, read, journalist pieces from Al Jazeera that are written by literal terrorists.
The people who are running their own columns and their own little websites who talk about this and define the terms and say,
She's literally telling you to look at the least reputable media sources possible.
Israel is one thing, Zionists are another.
Yes.
Please explain to me how you can believe Israel as a state should exist, but not be a Zionist. How... I don't think she understands what Zionism is.
And what are we dealing with? We're dealing with property here.
Yes, we are.
We're dealing with property. And when I saw, for instance, some time ago, videotapes of Israeli residents being ushered out of their homes at gunpoint by the IDF so American buyers who had bought their property could come in.
Ain't that something?
What the fuck is she talking about? Like, what? Yeah, like, if you buy property, you have property rights, and if somebody's living on your property and you don't want them to be, there's a legal process to evict them. Is she literally claiming nobody should be allowed to own property? Is she a communist?
I couldn't believe it.
Yes.
I said, this is not happening.
This is what the Palestinians go through all the time. This is very common.
Why are they still going through it?
And why is our tax dollars still supporting this type of behavior?
Well, that's the issue.
Yes. Why can't we just, there's a box that we could check, be like, nope.
The next thing we need to look at is how many members of Congress have dual citizenship.
There's a lot of hidden interest happening over here.
Who is publishing a list of donations from IPAC and other organizations?
Yes.
To whom?
Like, by the way, you can literally look this up online. You can look at AIPAC's donations to their political donors. This all is publicly available information.
I want to know who's getting money on this.
Yes.
SubhanAllah, the truth is so obvious. But this radicalized Jew operates by his own rules.
He's a little older than you. Use his wisdom. Use his wisdom. Use his wisdom. Hey, don't touch me like that. I'm respecting you. Hey, this ain't Israel. This ain't Israel. This ain't Israel, my man. Tell him something. Look at him. Look how he was it. But no. But hang on.
This guy went up to that dude. He told him to stay away. And then he's like, don't touch me. This isn't Israel. Like, you're the one who went up to him and started harassing him.
Hang on, no. But he can't touch my stuff either. Look how you let him get away. This is the problem with the NYPD. You guys are showing that you guys are more against us than them.
You gotta respect them. These guys are here to protect you guys.
Okay, and I'm here for the same thing.
But you guys gotta be nicer to them.
But time out. Listen to me. You're not gonna touch my stuff and walk away with it.
I didn't touch your stuff.
I know he did, but he got away with it, and they're stopping.
He told you to fuck off, and then when you put the microphone in his face, he, like, pushed you away. Like, it's shit.
Me instead of
I didn't touch him.
They're stopping me instead of him.
I didn't touch your stuff.
I'm trying to call out the hypocrisy.
But what are you talking about with me? I didn't.
Then why are you getting in a conversation? Mind your business.
You came over to me.
Nah, I'm having a conversation with them.
walked over to me.
You're talking to me about the NYPD. I'm telling you that he just touched my stuff. Let me handle them. You're butting your nose into my affairs. Then you're like, oh, I'm not talking to you.
Habibi, you just came over to me.
Habibi.
Yeah, you just
Okay,
came over to
Habibi.
me.
Talk to me,
You
my man.
just walked over-
40,000 plus? Is that too less or too high?
How many of those were militants?
Are you saying the number is high or low?
How many militants died?
High or low?
How many militants
Should we
died?
go higher or
How many
lower?
militants died?
Tell me men, women, and children.
I don't know how many.
Okay, and this guy will not answer any questions, of course, because this guy wants to give you this narrative that the IDF only kills women and children, and then when somebody brings up the fact that, guess what, Israel's also attacking militants, when you give this 40,000 figure, that's misleading at best, and now he won't answer the question.
How many militants died?
Typical thing. Well, let me guess. They're hiding behind human shields. Let me let me show you. They've already killed. They're not.
He just asked you a simple question: how many of those were militants, and then you won't answer.
Raping because they're not raping her.
No.
How do you know? What's your evidence of raping?
I saw the videos because
you saw a video of her being raped.
recorded it.
Guys, he said he saw a video of her being raped. They've already killed her. They've already killed her.
This is what you support. They already killed her. How do you
IDF
know?
have already killed
You spoke to your
IDF.
You spoke to your Hamas brothers.
IDF
You
killed
spoke to your Hamas.
Yeah, the IDF killed somebody who was kidnapped and murdered, right?
Brothers?
IDF already blew.
You know what's going on?
You see, when they blow up Gaza, when they blow up Gaza, they've already killed her.
This is what
they've already
he likes.
killed her.
This is
No,
what
no,
he
no.
likes.
Hamas hasn't done anything.
He stands for
Israel
rapists.
has.
Hamas hasn't done anything. Okay, so the 1,200 civilians they killed, the 250 or so people they kidnapped, the dozens of women they raped, that's nothing, apparently.
Stands for terrorists and kidnappers. No,
Marissa,
what he stands for?
Isn't that convenient?
He said no one's raped.
Isn't that convenient?
He said no
they're not
kidnapped.
raped. They're not raped. Why was it that when the people, why was it when the hostages came out, they were praising?
You're lying.
Why?
You're a liar.
Why?
You're a Hamas
Why?
mouthpiece.
Tell me this.
You look like a Hamas mouthpiece.
Why is that?
Yes, he looks like.
And you're
So now visibly Muslim people look like Hamas
He
mouthpieces.
looks like a Hamas mouthpiece. He looks like a Hamas.
He's wearing a keffiyeh and claiming Hamas did nothing wrong. Yeah, he's a Hamas mouthpiece.
Mouthpiece. He sounds. Like
I wonder why. I wonder why.
You sound like a Hamas
I wonder why.
mouthpiece.
I wonder why.
Oh, I'm being persecuted because I'm Muslim. Oh, discrimination. All I'm saying is that a terrorist organization did nothing wrong and I'm wearing their, their fucking uniform. Oh, I'm being persecuted because I'm Muslim. Wah.
You sound like a Hamas mouthpiece.
He's trying to make out with me.
You sound like a Hamas.
Look how tough he gets when you're there.
Look how we live in a world where a man can perform hate speech openly in front of the NYPD.
Look at him. Listen.
Look at
Stop
this.
him.
How is this hate speech? Like, you literally said Hamas did nothing wrong. You're wearing a keffiyeh, which is part of Hamas uniform, and he's saying you're a Hamas mouthpiece. That's hate speech?
Put your arms on him. Put your arms on him. Put your arms on him. But put your hands on him.
And they end up attacking all of these protesters for Palestine. And they have a biased approach towards those supporting human rights. And this fake Carl Winslow looking brother did absolutely nothing about it.
Or you're both subject to arrest for disorderly conduct.
Okay,
so please
but
clear the block.
okay, we'll move. But when he was calling me a terrorist, is that okay? Is that okay?
Have you both
You are in fact a terrorist, and it's not because you're Muslim. You're a fucking terrorist because you're literally claiming Hamas did nothing wrong.
having an argument here?
What he stands for. This is what
You should arrest him. You should arrest him.
Clearly the police are in the Zionist back pockets. So I challenged this Jewish extremist, and I asked a question that I needed to know an answer to.
I think God gave him the land.
Huh?
God gave him the land.
God gave him the land. So is God also?
The Quran literally states that God gave Jews that land.
Encourage them to kill the people the way they are.
Well, I think
Is that what God would want you to do?
Well, I think October 7th started it.
So October 7th didn't start it. It's been started, my friend. You got to rewind the tape a little bit more. Is God permitting you to do this?
Killed in the year 2023 alone before October 7th.
Before October 7th. So is God
Yeah, that's because they're fucking terrorists. Yeah, if you commit acts of terrorism, you're likely going to get killed by the IDF.
God okay with that?
Has anybody?
What God would be okay with?
Do you guys know who Josephus Flavius is?
What?
By the way, he's saying this when the Prophet Muhammad committed tribal genocide against thousands of fucking innocent people. Is your God okay with that? Is your God okay with killing Prophet Muhammad slaughtering, what was it? I think it was over 700 innocent people at Medina.
God would be okay. Don't run away from the question. What God would be okay with how you guys are behaving and killing the Palestinian people there? What God would be okay?
Well, 2,000 years ago, the Jewish people were kicked out of the land by the Romans, right?
Okay.
Have you read The Wars of the Jews?
Okay.
By Flavius Josephus?
Okay.
So I just wanted to tell
What's
you
your point?
that the historical anchor to the land, is the Jewish people's land, for sure. So
Okay.
they were
So
exiled.
They were exiled
by.
He just said for sure. So he's agreeing with the idea that the state of Israel should exist.
Basically, the ruling empire of the world.
Okay.
So now they've started to come back
they started
to their
to come
land.
back. And there was people already on the land, true?
Yeah, there were people already on the land. That's why the 1947 partition plan wasn't going to expel a single Arab.
Yeah, there were some people on land. Yeah.
There were some people on the land?
Yeah.
Millions of people on the land.
For sure. And then
Millions of people on the land.
Yeah, millions of people that didn't have their own nation. It was mostly small tribes that didn't have any national identity. And Jews weren't going to expel any Arabs on the land as per the 1947 partition plan. So what's his argument against the state of Israel existing? He just acknowledged that the land is rightfully Jewish land. So, what's his argument?
So when you say some, it sounds like there were a few of them there. And you're like, yo, guys, how we're about to play basketball, and there's people on your court, and you got the whole squad. You're like, yo, guys, we're about to run a full court. Can y'all get off? There's not some people, my friend. There were millions of people there who had business trades, who had.
How many people were? Let me see. How many Arabs were living in Palestine in 1948? So in 1948, 1.4 million Palestinians lived in 1,300 Palestinian towns and villages. More than 800,000 of the population were driven out of their homeland to the West Bank and Gaza Strip, neighboring Arab. So he's saying millions of people. It wasn't millions, it was 1.4 million. So that is inaccurate, as everything he said is.
Had lives there, had a whole community stuff there. They were building like railroads and everything. They had a proper society.
As I continue to press this Zionist for his genocide.
So they had a proper society, they had a coherent national identity, but they literally couldn't fight a war against a few Jews who lived there who literally just got off the fucking boat after the Holocaust.
Behavior. This Christian extremist comes out of nowhere.
Allah is saying, fight those who not believe.
Yes. When was this verse revealed?
No, just show me.
No. When was it revealed?
What does it have to matter?
It does matter. Context doesn't matter. Are you saying context doesn't matter?
Doesn't Allah?
Are you saying context doesn't matter?
Those who not
Are you?
Okay, so this guy's pointing out that Islam tells you to commit jihad and kill non-believers, and then he just tries to completely change the course of the argument and say, oh, well, when was that verse revealed? What does it matter when the verse was revealed? The verse says, kill all non-believers.
You saying context doesn't matter. If we are at war, you don't have to believe in Allah. You don't. Only at war. Because you see, you're ignorant. Because you're ignorant. You see, a person like you are probably the people who belong with ISIS and.
Let me see if this guy, I don't know if I emailed him already. I might have. Let me see if this, I might have emailed this guy already for a debate, and he might not have gotten back to me. I think somebody asked me to email him before. Let me see. No, I don't think I have. Hello, I run the YouTube channel Vegan Gains, and I was watching some of your content on the Israel-Palestine conflict. I was wondering if you would be interested in having a live debate topic. I usually host my debates live on my YouTube channel, Vegan Gains, and the debates are hosted through Zoom. Tell me if you'd be interested. Thanks.
Them types of people, you understand? Who don't understand the verses, and who don't understand the verses, and you take it for there. Allah tells you. What does he tell you?
Allah says.
Tell us what he tells us.
It's the Quran, the word of God. It's the Quran, the word of God.
100%.
Okay, it tells me to follow the Injil.
I didn't say any
Allah
of that.
gives the command: fight those who do not believe.
So wait, where? Okay, so you said you're a Christian, right? You said you're a Christian. Okay, so there is one of the oldest churches in Palestine.
There's a scholarship problem. Okay. We all know that Jesus.
You see, I see what he's trying. I see what you're trying to do.
Well, hold on. No.
Yeah, you see.
First of all,
what's scholarship problem? Who wrote the Bible? No one even knows, my friend. They blew up a church in Palestine.
Who wrote the Bible? Nobody knows. The authors are named. Like, what is he talking about? The Bible names the authors.
They blew up a church in Palestine, and you're saying nothing. Condemn Israel for blowing up the church. Condemn Israel. Condemn Israel. Condemn Israel for blowing up the church.
You condemn Hamas?
You're a fake Christian. Condemn them for blowing up churches.
I love my brothers.
No, you don't.
Yeah, Israel blew up those churches because they were Hamas hideouts. Just because it's a church, that doesn't mean it's not a valid military target, despite there being militants in the area.
No, you don't. Why aren't you condemning Israel for blowing up a church? They blew up the church, yes or no?
All innocent lies.
Oh, so hold on. So they're blowing up churches. Israel blew up churches, and you're not condemning them at all. This is Christianity for you guys. This is Christianity. No. So you forgive those Zionists who blew up your churches?
I forgive all those. We're all made in the image of God.
Okay, so you forgive Hamas.
We're all made.
Forgive
Hey,
Hamas.
Allah says we're all made in the image of God.
He's so forgiving, yes? Turn the right cheek and forgive Hamas then.
I would forgive Hamas.
Oh, wonderful
but
then.
their hearts has to be transformed, and only Jesus does that.
Jesus transforms it, right? So when those Zionists was Zionists blowing up and
By the way, when this guy uses the phrase Zionists, he's a Zionist. Like, it sounds like to me, he acknowledges the state of Israel should exist. So by definition, he's a Zionist.
destroying was the churches. Is that okay?
The Quran has a problem.
My friend, you're saying you're a devout Christian. Are you a devout Christian? Are you a devout Christian? How can a devout Christian be okay with someone destroying the most sacred place to them, which is the church? You answer the question.
No, you answer.
No, he definitely wasn't. That's the problem, my friend. Why wouldn't you condemn Israel right now? Look in this camera right now. Condemn Israel for destroying the churches.
I'm not condemning it.
Why not?
The authority to condemn.
Why not? But you asked me, do you condemn Hamas? You asked me that question.
Yeah, this dude will debate random fucktards on the street. And by the way, I can guarantee you this guy probably has come across some competent debaters on the issue. It's just that whenever he looks bad, he just doesn't publish the footage. But then, like, guess what? He probably will refuse to debate me, and we all know why.
See the hypocrisy? You see the hypocrisy?
The Holy Spirit clearly left this brother and maybe entered this lady who seems to be trying to take a shahada. I'm not sure. Let me know in the comments below. But then we met this cowboy Christian.
You're a Christian. Do you support this type of behavior?
No.
Why is that? Why is it that someone such as yourself could say no, but this person's all, why no?
My Lord said to love my enemies.
Mm.
God's already condemned this nation called Israel.
Mm-hmm.
They're not Israel of God. God destroyed his own temple in 70 AD.
Mm-hmm.
What we have today that's calling itself Israel is just another nation.
Mm-hmm.
God considers the nations worth less than nothing.
Wow. So I'm asking
All right, well, that was perfectly incoherent. Thank you.
That Christian a question, right? Yeah. In Palestine, they have one of the most historic churches from 1800s, right? Israel, the Zionist state, has blown up and destroyed that church. Why aren't your Christian brothers and sisters, or maybe your friends are, but other Christians aren't condemning this type of behavior?
First of all, blowing up other people's property is wrong.
Absolutely.
Killing other people is wrong.
Absolutely.
God said, do not kill, and
That is not true. Actually, if you read the original language of the Bible, it says do not murder. It doesn't say do not kill. It says do not murder.
Believe that.
Sure. My friend, first and foremost, I just want to shake your hand. Thank you for being actually a Christian of values over here.
It became obvious that nothing would change these extremist viewpoints except for Allah's mercy. And only He can open their hearts.
What's your message to a person watching there right now? There's a pro-Zionist person watching right now. What's your message to them?
I hope you find the heart.
Hope you find the heart.
Yeah, I hope your heart finds you.
Hope your heart finds you.
Yeah.
Because it seems like there's a disconnect over there.
Well, that guy is a fucking moron, but what are you gonna do? All right. Donald Trump interview, Impulsive.
So bad. He's the worst president in the history of our country. Biden is just so bad. He's the worst president in the history of our country.
You should make a diss track on him.
Yeah, we'll do something.
Do you think that you're starting to soften your views on some of the networks that you may have not gotten along with in the past?
No, they're fake news.
He had a street fight this past week.
And how did it work out?
How you think, Mr. President?
I think he probably did pretty good. I've watched enough of you fighting.
Unidentified aerial phenomena in the sky. We don't know what they are. Do you?
It's very possible. Really powerful stuff. AI. They made a commercial, me promoting a product, and it wasn't me. And I said, did I make that commercial?
Rap beefs. Big rap beef just happened. Drake or Kendrick? November. It got rescheduled.
Look, Mike was fantastic, but, you know, Mike's a little older now.
Yeah.
And you guys can fight.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that, but you guys can really fight, legitimately fight.
Thank you, sir.
At first I said, it's so amazing because I always thought like a UFC guy or a top, even contender would be able to win at 75 years old.
You think?
But it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
The clock is still the clock.
Yeah. I figured that out with Floyd as well.
Yeah, how about that, right?
I don't know.
I mean, it was even.
Yeah, which
you would
shouldn't
have
make...
thought he would have won that fight.
That's what I thought.
That was your baby.
Some people still think he did win that
for you
fight.
guys.
Oh, no way. We got gifts.
So for a lot of money, this thing.
Oh, no way. Thank you, President.
He split it up. Here's
amazing.
something we have for you. This is
Is this your mugshot?
Can you believe it?
You're a gangster.
This is what we're reduced to.
No way.
Should we put him on now?
Yeah.
That's
Is it crazy?
That's amazing.
And it sells. Well, Elvis had one. Frank Sinatra had one.
This shirt?
But we've eclipsed them. A long time ago, we've eclipsed them.
This is crazy.
It's pretty cool. Isn't it cool?
I have to be honest, I'm jealous.
It's actually, I'm not sure if I love it or not, but
No, it's
it
good.
is what it is.
It happened, and might as well monetize it.
Well, Mr. President, people surely love it. They love the picture. They rallied behind it. They're rallying behind you now.
Well, they
more
are.
than ever.
And we had the biggest fundraising, I think, ever for any candidate ever anywhere in the world in the last 8 or 9 days. Hundreds of millions of dollars. And too bad it couldn't have been done for other reasons. But they viewed the case as being so corrupt and so ridiculous. Every one of the legal pundits, and they're great guys. When you look at Dershowitz, the whole group, that whole group of people, Andy McCarthy, Jonathan Turley, Greg Jarrett, every one of them, they came out and they said, there's not even a case here. There's no case. And when they saw the jury instructions, when they saw all the things that happened, and it's not like anybody's a friend of mine. Mark Levin is an example. They couldn't believe it. So unfair. It's a very unfair thing. And because of that, the fundraising numbers and the polls, but the fundraising, that's sort of like a poll anyway, right, when you get right down to it. But the fundraising numbers went, I don't think there's ever been so much money raised that quickly.
You've become a martyr of
Hundreds
sorts.
of millions of
Yeah, it's
dollars.
insane. $140 million in May that you raised.
35 million in just hours after the verdict.
Yeah, 58 million within a few hours. And that was in small donations, like $71 something average. And over a period of a week, we even went to San Francisco. Now, not supposed to be, that's the belly of the beast, right?
Rare visit.
But they had thousands of people on the street. It was so positive. And they raised $12 million, the tech guys, at one of the houses, David, fantastic people. And they were like, they gave me a lot of money. They've never been into doing that. And I think it helps that Biden is just so bad. He is so bad. He is the worst president in the history of our country. So that helps too.
You should make a diss track on him.
Yeah, we'll do something. We'll do something.
I actually wanted to start there.
Go ahead.
Because one thing that I just can't seem to wrap my head around it is, you got these felony convictions and a lot of it, like more than Al Capone, right? And there was an uprising and people showed you their support with their donations. And a lot of people are saying it points out that actually the unjust nature of America's justice system. So my question is, like, if that is your belief, if that is their belief, why do you have the desire to give your time and energy to a country or a system that's trying to take you down?
So I ran twice. I did much better the second time than the first time. And if I didn't, I wouldn't have done this. but we had it going like this country has never been going before. It was really good. Now it's really bad. The worst border in history, the worst inflation, I think, in history. I think the history of the country.
Yes, the worst border in history. Tell me again how you told your Republican cronies not to, sign a border deal?
People are getting decimated by it. All very flexible, all something you can fix. You can fix it fast. We were energy independent. We're going to be energy dominant very soon. All these things were happening. And then we had a terrible...
There's more energy production under Biden than under Trump.
Result in an election, and what happened was disgraceful, and we can't ever let it happen again. But we have a little expression. It's right on that hat: "Make America Great Again," and we can do that. Make America great again. And this guy's not going to do it. This guy's destroyed our country. When you allow 15, 16, 17, they have no idea what the gotaways. Million people coming out of jails, coming out of mental institutions, insane asylum. The insane asylums all over the world, the mental institutions, they're at the lowest levels. They've been at it for years. They're going to be totally empty. And you have terrorists coming into our country. We're going to be paying a big price, and we're going to solve the problem. We're going to solve it relatively quickly. But we have other problems, too, with energy, with inflation. He's been a disaster as a president. He's the worst president we've ever had. The good news is he makes Jimmy Carter look brilliant by comparison. So Jimmy Carter's the only one that's happy with this.
Well, look, I think that's why a lot of people are so obsessed with you, Mr. Trump, Mr. President Trump. Well, because you're already a billionaire, right? You are essentially serving these people, and you don't have to be doing it. The president, being the president seems like a very hard job. You were at 3 meetings just before this. But I guess I'm asking, like, the desire to run and attempt to improve your country for these things you're saying becomes from what? Just the love of the country?
Well, the people, I'll tell you, when you look at the people, when you look at the crowds, I did a rally in New Jersey. We had 107,000 people there. You saw that last week. We did one in the Bronx. We had 25,000 people. And this was in the South Bronx, which is known as a rough area. And it was like a love fest. There was not even nobody even raised a voice of dissent. The whole place, it was like a big love fest. Nobody could believe it. You saw that 3-4 weeks ago. Our country has tremendous potential, but it's going down the tubes very, very rapidly. Nobody has ever seen anything like it, the way it's being run. So bad. And we can change it. We can change it quickly. We have a debate coming up. That'll be interesting.
June 27th, hosted by one of your favorite television networks, CNN.
Well, they gave me the option. They said, would you do it? And they didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do it. So they gave me everything. Fake Tapper and lots of other people that were going to, were involved. On CNN, they wanted it to be seated, which I didn't like. I said we should stand. And I think we won that point. But I would have agreed to whatever I had to agree to because they didn't want to do it. They thought that I wouldn't do it because it's CNN, but I've done plenty of CNN. I did a town hall not so long ago with CNN that worked out well. But I think they'll be fair. I think they're going to try and be fair. I mean, as fair as they can
He got annihilated on the CNN town hall.
be. But I think it's important for there to be a debate. So they said, you want to debate? Yep, I'll accept. You don't even have to tell me. Then they said CNN. They said the different people that are involved. But let's see what happens. I used to get along with Jake Tapper. We'll see what happens. But it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, it is.
That sentiment that CNN might be fair to you,
they might be.
is a bit of a departure
I'd
from
say
a
good
normal
10% chance.
From a normal hardline stance. Do you think that you're starting to come around or soften your views on some of the networks that you may have not gotten along with in the past?
No, they're fake news.
Yeah, fake news.
No, they're so bad. One of the good terms, right? Fake news. But no, I don't think so. I thought maybe, I had one with Caitlin Collins about 4 or 5 months ago. It was one of the highest rated shows they've ever had. And I really thought they were going to go maybe sort of in the middle. But I was wrong about, as I'm getting on and I'm hearing the way I'm being announced, I said, hey, these people are playing hardball. They're making a big mistake. But the ratings for this debate, I guess, will be quite good.
Massive. Are you surprised by his decision to face-to-face with you?
You mean the fact that they're willing to do it?
That Biden's
willing a little bit. They didn't want to do it. They thought I turned CNN down. Look, CNN is the enemy. And they thought I was going to turn CNN, and Tapper is, one of the guys that, when I'm making a speech, so they're waiting for the nomination for months and months. I got it in the quickest fashion.
Speaking of conflict and fighting, since you left office, the number of global conflicts has skyrocketed. And I know Khabib talked to you about it quickly when you spoke with him. I think 2 weeks ago about President Biden authorized the use of American weapons in Russia, which has now led to a fleet of Russian warships coming towards Cuba this week. What are your thoughts and concerns around our current handling of our relationship with Russia?
Well, the Russian attack on Ukraine would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened.
What a load of bullshit. This, by the way, this is the same guy who said he encourages Russia to invade more nations.
It's just a shame. So many dead people. You look at just the soldiers. It's 500,000 soldiers between the both countries.
It's not 500,000 soldiers between both countries. It's 500,000 for Russia alone.
But so many dead people, so many towns and villages and buildings and magnificent culture just being wiped out. You okay over there?
Yes.
Sounds good. Nice book, by the way. Nice book.
We'll get to that.
That's mine. About overcoming drug addiction.
It's a bestseller about the opiate epidemic, which we'll talk
wow,
about.
that's a great topic because it's so sad to see what's happening. So bad. But it's a shame because it never would have happened. And it didn't happen during my 4 years. It didn't happen. It wouldn't have happened. I got along very well with Putin. I got along with Zelensky, but it wouldn't have happened. And And October 7th would have never happened. And inflation would have never happened. And the withdrawal, the kind of withdrawal, we were getting out of Afghanistan with dignity and strength. But to get out the way, I think it was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And I actually think that the way Afghanistan worked, I think that when Putin looked at that, he said, wow, let's go in. And you know who else looked at it? President Xi of China. And he is looking at Taiwan, and he's drooling. He's drooling over Taiwan. And so something could happen there. We've lost a lot of respect. They're laughing at us all over the world. And that wasn't happening 4 years ago.
And with you back in office, you think we'll get that respect back?
Yeah, we'll get it back.
What's your relationship like with Vladimir Putin?
I think very good, but I was tough with him. You know, I ended the pipeline. He built, it's called Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2 until I got involved. And it was the biggest project ever done in Russia. I mean, you know, this was a pipeline that was going to supply oil and gas to all over Europe, Germany in particular. And I said, what are you doing? Why are you doing this to Germany? I said, we're defending you under NATO, and you're paying billions of dollars a month to Russia. I mean, we're defending you, and you're giving the people we're defending you from, we're giving you the defense, but you're giving them money at massive amounts. Probably the biggest project, you know, most important, one of the most important projects they've ever done. I ended it. It was dead. It was gone. And then this guy comes in and he approves it, but he kills Keystone, you know, the Keystone XL. Yep. So it's sad. But Putin said to me, it's the biggest thing. You ended it. You ended the pipeline. He said, they all say you and I are friendly, but I'd hate to see you as an enemy. But this was the biggest, you know, this was massive amounts of money. And
But that's how
but Biden came in, huh?
You talked to him like that?
Oh, no, I had a very good relationship. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. And I'm trying to tell people, no, it's a good thing. They've got, I would give you the exact number, but they gave a lot, just under 2,000 nuclear weapons. And we do also. And when you have nuclear weapons, and even if you don't have nuclear weapons, getting along is good, but be the tough one, be the smart one, get along is good. I tell the press all the time, no, the fact that I get along with Kim Jong-un, North Korea,
that's crazy.
President Xi,
that's crazy.
It's all good stuff getting along, but nobody ever took money out of China like me. I took hundreds of billions of dollars out in the form of tariffs and taxes. No other president took it, not 10 cents. And, you know, China built their military because of the United States.
Like, by the way, Biden is actually trying to get rid of the reliance on foreign nations economically by just increasing production and what is it? He's trying to increase the job market and manufacturing in the United States, and that's how he's trying to get rid of the reliance on foreign nations for, you know, manufacturing and importation. Trump was doing it through tariffs, and that's not as good as just increasing job growth and domestic manufacturing production.
It's the United States was giving them hundreds of billions of dollars a year in excess flow. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. But we took out hundreds of billions of dollars from China, and I still got along with President Xi until COVID. That was a breaking point. But no, but he was a guy that I respected.
Yes, the Kung flu.
Like he liked me and I liked him. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. You know, the press says, oh, you say, yeah, he's a leader, he's a smart guy. They say, smart man. They say, oh, Trump said he was smart. He leads 1.4 billion people. I'd say it's a little bit on the smart side.
Yes, the genius who banned Winnie the Pooh because his fifis were hurt.
But I got along with him. I got along with Kim Jong-un. That would have been a nuclear war.
Dude, Xi Jinping is a fucking moron. He's driving the country into the ground. And the amount of protests that are happening in China protesting Xi Jinping and asking him to be outed from government is just crazy. His zero COVID policy fucking destroyed the economy, destroyed so many fucking people's livelihoods, destroyed so much of their small businesses, really crippled their manufacturing industry. The housing crisis that's going on in China right now is just fucking nuts. So many people are just completely losing all of their fucking savings. This is all Xi Jinping. He's tanking their fucking economy.
Hillary Clinton had gotten in office, we would have been in a nuclear war with North Korea. He was ready for it. When I was with him, nobody else could meet him. All of us.
North Korea has like one nuclear weapon. I don't think there would have been much of a nuclear war with North Korea.
Then the dam broke and we started talking a little bit. We got together, as you know, twice. We got along very well. But we were in no danger from them, and we were in serious danger before I got there. I'm telling you, you would have had a nuclear war if Hillary Clinton got in.
I'm so curious of what this conversation with really powerful world leaders looks like behind closed doors. Like, is it candid, or do you exercise grace, or you talk like boys?
Everyone's different. No, but everyone's different. It's like when you're talking to people, when you're doing interviews with people, when you're fighting people, they're all different. You know, you fight them a different way, you talk to them a different way, but everyone's different. But I had very good relationships with everyone. The funny thing is, I got along with the tough ones much better than I got.
Here's what President Biden signed into law that you're referring to with regards to increasing domestic manufacturing jobs, especially for cultivating semiconductors.
Yeah, the CHIPS Act. He's trying to increase domestic manufacturing in general, but especially with chips and silicon manufacturing. That's a big push with that act. But again, like Trump imposing tariffs on China, that's not really going to do much for relieving U.S. reliance on importation. All it's going to do is make it more expensive. It doesn't really improve domestic manufacturing. So Biden's approach is much more effective, and it's much more effective at generating jobs and economic growth. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
Got along with the weak ones. You had some real weak ones, too. I didn't get along with them as well. It's strange. Must be a personality
That's
defect.
probably a good thing.
Huh?
It's probably a good thing that you get along with
I get along with the
leaders
tough
of the
ones.
largest countries.
You know, there's a very tough one, Viktor Orban, and he's the prime minister of...
Yes, Orban, the fucking crazy wacko dictator that he's friends with.
Hungary. And he said that the reason the world is blowing up because Trump isn't president. When Trump was there, everybody respected Trump. He said was afraid of Trump. I don't want to use that term because that's, you know, I don't want to say, oh, they were afraid, like a child would say. But they respected me. But he said everyone listened to Trump. They were afraid of Trump. They couldn't figure Trump out, and they all listened. And they.
Dude, imagine if I was president. I'd be walking in on political meetings, just flashing my fucking guns and being like, you want a fucking MMA match, Xi Jinping? Yeah, they'd be afraid of me.
They did listen, and we had no wars. We had no nothing. I defeated ISIS, got rid of the biggest terrorists ever, maybe, or just about ever. But we defeated, think of that, we knocked out ISIS, 100% of the ISIS caliphate, and started no wars. I wasn't in any war.
They didn't destroy 100% of ISIS. ISIS is still active, but yeah, as a terrorist organization, they can't really organize large offensives anymore. I think I'd be a pretty goddamn good president, though. Like, that'd be pretty sick having like a 6'3" fucking jacked young president who can like walk up to some like old fucking grandpa like Xi Jinping or fucking Vladimir Putin, make him look like a fucking bitch.
Do you have an Apple Pencil? I have a stylus pen for Procreate, but I'd if I should get an Apple Pencil. Thanks.
I do. I have the Apple Pencil 2. From what I've heard, the Apple Pencil is much better in terms of accuracy and functionality. So if you're using an iPad, yeah, you should use an Apple Pencil. It just has better... It has more functionality and it has more accuracy than the other stylus pens. Thanks for the donation, though, Grandam. I'm considering getting a 4th gen iPad Air so I can get the Apple Pencil Pro, which I don't know why they're not just calling it the 3rd gen Apple Pencil, because that has rotation enabled, which is kind of a big deal if you're painting. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Wars. Now, I don't know how you may feel about that because, you know, you're a warrior, right? Because all fighters, and you're a real fighter, by the way.
It's not good. It's not good. I don't shy away from conflict. My fiance has a problem with it.
Yeah.
It's not good. You're much more diplomatic than I probably would be.
You know, it's very interesting, though. So Khabib came up to me after the fight the other night. And, you know, you guys would probably say he's the best ever, maybe. And, you know, certainly he probably is, and are very close, right? John Jones, a lot of people say.
I'd say 1 and 2.
And, you know, and he said to me, oh, I hope you can get in because we have to stop the wars. We have to stop the killing. He was so smart. He understood it. And I think he's friends or was friends, but I think he is friends with Putin very much.
Yeah.
But he said, we have to stop the killing. And it's true. And I think I'd have that war stopped. If I was president-elect, right after the election, if I win, I will get that war stopped. I'll get it stopped fast before I get to office. If it's not stopped before then.
Talking about Russia, Ukraine.
I'm talking about Russia, Ukraine. We'll get it stopped.
On the
So
flip
many
side-
people are being killed. Far more people are being killed. And I thought it was great when Khabib came up to me and he says, we've got to stop all of the killing in the world. He's a very smart guy, very interesting guy. We talked for a while.
On the flip side, or on the other side of the continent, the Gaza situation has been big news over the past year or so. The United States has always been, you were always a staunch ally of Israel. Has your sentiment on Netanyahu or on his regime changed at all in light of any of the events of the past 6 months?
No, look, it was a shame that it should have never happened.
That's right. Don't vote for Biden. Get this guy elected because of Genocide Joe, and then get fucking Trump in power, who's going to show more support for Israel. Fucking retards.
It would have never happened. Iran was broke when I was president. Nobody was allowed to buy oil. Nobody was allowed to buy anything. They were broke. A Democrat congressman on Deface the Nation, the show Deface the Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Deface the Nation, yes. Commonly known as Face the Nation, but I don't call it that.
You have a name
I
for
think I have a name for everything. I'll end up with a name for you two guys by the time. But it'll be,
I can't wait to hear
No,
more.
they'll be good names. They'll be good names. But so he was on the show and he said, whether you like Trump or not, Iran was broke during Trump's. They would have made a deal within 1 week, and now they have $250 billion. We would have had a deal done literally in 1 week after the election, and it was ready. They were absolutely, and they had no money for Hamas.
Does Trump have vitiligo? He has pale spots. Is it his makeup?
It's probably his makeup. I don't think he has vitiligo. Pretty sure he doesn't. Thanks for the donation, Grand Dame.
They had no money for Hezbollah. They were broke, stone cold broke. Now they have $250 billion. Biden took off all of the sanctions. He let them go. China went it down. I told China, if you buy 1 barrel of oil from these people, you're not doing any business with the United States. They took a pass, no oil, and other countries likewise. And we would have had a deal. It would have been a great deal for everybody. We would have had a deal. Now they have 250.
Okay, so first of all, that makes no sense. Second of all, Trump is the reason the Iran nuclear deal fell through. Iran can actually is at risk of developing nuclear weapons because of Trump's stupidity.
$50 billion. They made it all in 3 years, 3.5 years. They made it all during this Biden term. I mean, he gave him $6 billion for 5 hostages, right? You saw that recently, a couple of months ago. $6 billion for 5 hostages. He made the swap. The Prince of Terror, they call him. He's the best arms dealer ever, they say. Who knows what that means, but he was a great arms dealer for the basketball player that wouldn't stand up during the national anthem. She thought that was a good time to tie her sneakers. And that was not exactly the greatest trade, but he gave $6 billion on top of everything. $6 billion with a B.
Is he talking about the female basketball player that was arrested by Putin? What does this have to do with Iran?
And they don't know what they're doing. And when you do that, when you start paying that kind of money, a lot of other people are going to be missing all of a sudden. They're going to be missing and, hey, let's make a trade. And that's already happening. You just can't do that. I got 58 people out. We never paid any money. 58 people, 58 hostages. We never paid money. Because once you pay money, you're going to be doing a lot. In other words, you're going to keep doing it. So you can't do that.
This episode is sponsored by myself. I sponsored it myself. Primex, guys. We just dropped Primex. This is our biggest. I want to ask about money. Money in this country.
Go ahead.
I've had a very fortunate career.
Yeah.
I've made some money. And
more money than you ever thought possible.
For sure.
Right?
For sure.
Yeah, I know the
Absolutely.
kind of money you make because I know when you have a top event and your shows, but these events are doing fantastic.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
you've done is incredible.
Yeah, I'm very blessed, and part of the reason that I believe I'm blessed is because of this country, and
Yeah.
and I think in a way I'm kind of living like the modern day American dream. I had access to a phone and could start my business and reach the entire world on this device. So,
Excuse me, did you guys start like separately?
Me and Jay.
I'm living the American dream. I grew up rich and I got richer.
Yes.
Not together.
Oh, you started together?
Together on YouTube.
And did you branch out? You each have your own thing?
Well, eventually, because I went to college. Jake was
Yeah.
still in high school. He ended up dropping out. I finished my first year.
It's an amazing 2 stories, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Who makes more money?
It depends on the year. It depends if Jake has fights.
and it depends on when this sells, right?
Yeah. I think.
Is that your new drink? Oh, that's good. Well,
Yeah.
If you make it, I like it.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President.
No, it's got to be good. It's got to be. Look, something's propelling him to fight world champions to a draw, right?
Yeah. We actually made this American
that's
Prime
beautiful.
special
Wow.
for this episode. It's hydration.
It's
membership.
doing fine, doing well.
We did 1.2 billion last year.
That's
year,
great.
year 2.
That's fantastic.
But again, I'm blessed to have even just be able to say that is insane. But my question is, for other young people in this country who are looking to get ahead, because for a lot of them, times are tough right now.
It's very tough.
What would you say to them, kids who want to pursue their own version of the American dream and try to achieve their wildest dreams and make it all come true?
I would say very simply, honestly, vote for Trump. Because with Biden, you're never going to do it. This country's going to hell.
Vote for Trump. You know, we're doing great with youth. We're doing great with African Americans, with Hispanic Americans through the roof, both of those groups, with women, with men, and with young people, we're doing very well. But I say vote for Trump. If you don't have the right guy in the lead, the country's not going to, you know, if the country doesn't do well, it's much harder to do even what you do. Okay, even what you do. So that would be a simple message. I really mean it, actually.
The same opportunities he's had in America, I've had as well. My road has been a little bit rockier, as we were talking about in my book, The Fifth Vital. I spent 8 years addicted to heroin, living on the East Coast, in what I considered, you know, I think a lot of people considered.
So you were addicted?
Correct.
Wow.
I think a lot of people consider it to be the great opiate
Let me see the
epidemic.
book. Can I see the book?
Absolutely.
We're gonna make this sucker a best-selling book.
There's a message. There's a message for
No,
it
it's such an important.
It's actually
Where's
already
my camera?
it's already a
Go
best-selling
out and
book.
buy this book. It's great.
That was for you, I believe.
I wrote a message to you in there. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to keep it.
Thank you
But
so
it's
much.
such an important topic. Yeah, seriously, that's so important.
There's a lot of people that are still kind of wrapped up in that world. And I just want to ask you some questions. In 2023, the DEA sees more than 80 million fentanyl-laced fake pills, 12,000 pounds of fentanyl powder. There's so many people out there on the streets right now without access to resources with mental health care, rehabilitation centers.
Yeah.
What's your plan to continue to stem the flow of fentanyl into the country, as well as help the people who have already fallen victim to the opiate epidemic?
So when I took over, you know, it was drug infested. When I ran in 2016, I ran on the border. And I fixed the border. And I couldn't even use it in 2020 in the campaign, even though I got millions of more votes than I got the first time. I couldn't talk about the border.
You know, I have a bit of a more radical idea when it comes to dealing with opiate epidemics like fentanyl or heroin. I think what the government should do is develop drugs that are less harmful than something like fentanyl, where even if you do get addicted to them, you can have a sustainable addiction where they don't like destroy your liver and organs. They allow you to function pretty well, where, you know, you could maybe still have you could sustain a job basically. But they're just not as dangerous and deadly. You can't overdose. Maybe you can't get quite as high. And just create a drug like that could compete with something like fentanyl, and give it out for like at least the cost of production, if not below the cost of production. Then people would have, you know, this sort of decision to make where, okay, I can either pay a lot of money for something like fentanyl, get seriously addicted, not be able to, like, you know, keep my job, not be able to make ends meet, and live out on the street and like maybe overdose and die. Or I could get something that's basically free, not as harmful, could maybe give me a comparable high, but that sort of addiction would be sustainable. I think that's probably a more effective means of tackling these opiate epidemics versus just having this like impossible task of, you know, policing all this crap, stopping shit from coming into the border. Like it never works. We've had these war on drugs for how long, but people still keep getting addicted to cocaine, heroin, opiate pills, fentanyl. Like it just never works. So I think if the government were to create their own drug that could actually compete in a market with these other drugs, but create a drug that's not as harmful, that would probably be a much better idea.
Border, because I fixed it. And I'd say to my people, I want to talk about the border. I was proud of the job we did. We had it fixed. It was really in good shape. And drugs were at the lowest point in years. And, you know, not only people, drugs, human trafficking, which is such a horrible thing. It's, you think of it as like an ancient kind of a crime, and it's bigger now than ever before because of the internet. You know, the internet has made a lot of these things much bigger than they have ever been. When you think of human trafficking, mostly in women, by the way, people don't know that, mostly in women, where they put them in trunks of cars, they have compartments. It's so horrible. And I had it down to the lowest level, just about, I guess, in recorded times. So what you have to do is you have to be very tough on that. We had a deal on the fentanyl is pouring through. I bought millions of dollars worth of equipment. Believe it or not, they call it sniffing equipment, but believe it or not, the best thing to find it, you can spend millions of dollars on equipment and machinery to find drugs coming through, like, you know, sort of finds it. The best thing is a German Shepherd born in a city. You know that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is it possible to get a 500-pound deadlift at 80 kilograms body weight, which would be about 170 pounds, 5'7"? Yes. That would not be particularly difficult at all.
They're unbelievable. Yeah. They go right to it. It's not even, there's no machine. You know, they spend $2.5 million for machinery, and the dog is much better.
More dogs.
And we literally bred those dogs. It's a very specific type of German Shepherd from a certain part of the world. It's the most incredible thing. We worked very, very hard on that. I was with President Xi. It comes from China and it comes in through the southern. So Mexico's it comes through the southern border. And I was with President Xi, and I told you we got along great. You know, the COVID was a step too far as far as I was concerned, but we got along great. And I said, "Do you have a drug problem?" He said, "No, they give the death penalty in China. If you sell drugs," I said, "I'd like you to give the death penalty to people that are making fentanyl and sending it over to our country." And he was going to do that. And then we had the election result. And of course, Biden never picked up that conversation. I told them about it, but he was going to give the death penalty. If he did that, you would have had this literally stopped, almost stopped.
Well, that's okay. This is just complete bullshit. He's saying he was going to have a negotiation with Xi Jinping to give the death penalty to people selling fentanyl from China into the U.S. That's bullshit. That was never going to happen. And it doesn't even make any sense because China is shipping over fentanyl analogs or raw materials to make fentanyl to the United States. So how would there's no way to police that.
But we have to be very, very strong at the border. This is a plague like, and you know the numbers, they'd say 70,000, 80,000.
By the way, other countries have the death penalty for drug use and there's still opiate addiction. So that's just bullshit.
I think it's probably 250 or 300,000. This is like a war. There's rarely a war. I mean, how many wars are we losing? 300,000 people a year.
Police in the UK did this to a calf last night. Response: Rising has a petition trying to get the calf to sanctuary if they recover.
Yeah, I've already seen that. People have sent that to me. Please see our statement below regarding a cow on the loose in stains upon themes yesterday, or themes. Cow is being seen by a vet and is receiving treatment for a large cut to its leg. Like, it's a fucking cow. Why couldn't they have just gotten some, like, animal handler to put a harness around it and then just drive it onto a transport truck? With support from a member of the public, the cow was moved to a nearby farm in the early hours of this morning. The owner is being located and the cow's injuries are being assessed by a vet. Chief Inspector said, "I know that this has caused stress and I'd like to thank the community for their concern. The decision to use the police car is one that was only taken after other methods to stop the cow has failed." That's just bullshit. Yeah, that was a retarded situation, dude. There was no reason for them to plow into the cow with a fucking car. None whatsoever. Thanks for the donation though, Charlotte.
Looking back at old Nick shows I used to watch growing up, like Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius, they hated Republicans, lol.
Yeah, they did.
In the light, they're lost without being stolen. The answer?
Green card? Republican?
No. Fetched. In the light.
Eat! Well, don't look at me. I'm a vegetarian. I knew it. Carlos for $2. He thought you were a Republican. Need me.
Yeah. No one really likes Republicans. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
And everybody knows a family, I know many families where their children die and they're not even addicted. They take a pill that's unrelated and so got a little bit of fentanyl. They say you can take the head of a needle and you just put a piece on it and that's enough to kill like 10 people. It is a really horrible thing.
No, fentanyl is not that deadly.
And I would have had China giving the maximum penalty. They would not have been sending it. And I had a deal worked out with President Xi, but of course Biden didn't follow up, just like he didn't follow up on the Abraham Accords, which would have been a great thing to do. So we have to be very tough on the border. And that includes drugs as well as people, as well as people not coming in from jails and prisons and,
Yeah, Trump is either flat out lying or he's delusional and just bullshitting here.
I've met with pilots like beautiful Tom Cruise, but taller. Okay, handsome, perfect people. Sir, there was something there that was round in form and going like 4 times faster than my super jet fighter plane. And I look at these guys, and they really mean it.
Yeah.
And am I a believer? No, I can't say I am. But I have met with people that are serious people that say there's some really strange things that they see flying around out there. And if you go to Nevada and you look at that little section of where they go to look at the aliens, where they think all the aliens are landing, that it's one of, I think it's maybe the number 1 tourist attraction in the United States.
Roswell?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Roswell. I think it's the number 1. It's the lines of people waiting. You have no idea how many times I'm asked that question.
But don't you have access to that information?
I have access, and I speak to people about it. I've had actually meetings on it, and they will tell you there's something going on. When they say things are going 4 times faster than my beautiful top of the line airplane that goes, real fast.
With no identifiable propulsion
Mach
system.
2, right?
These things are creating their own gravity fields, allegedly.
Well, they have people that are very smart and very solid have said they believe there is something out there, and it makes sense that there could be. I've never been convinced, even despite that. Just for some reason it's not my thing. But a lot of people believe that it's true. A lot of very good, solid people believe it's true.
What? And
I know there are illegal aliens out there, but those are the ones that come through the border. We have plenty of them. Those are the ones I know. When you say aliens, I say, are they illegal aliens? These might be illegal, but we don't want to test them because if they can go 4 times faster, we're not going to test them. So it's an interesting question.
Yeah, for sure.
Is there a chance that one of these orgs is potentially hiding information from you about aliens?
I guess so. It's you have the deep state, and you do have a deep state. And certainly they could. But I don't think on this subject. I was interested in it because I've been asked so many times. And I talked to people that have said that they've, it was a sighting. And it's very believable. It's very possible that there is something. And why wouldn't there be? You take a look at the universe and you see all of the different planets and you see this, look, here we are on one relatively small planet. Why wouldn't there be on a planet that's, 400 times the size? Why wouldn't there be somebody? So it's certainly believable to me.
The thought of it freaks me out. It's weird to think that we potentially are only the source of life in like an infinite, ever expanding universe. But technology.
Maybe Elon could get you guys there. You a fan of Elon Musk?
I think Elon might be good for this question. He's a terrific. I looked at this ship that went up, the spaceship, and I never saw this before. I saw this is like 2 years ago. I see the motors coming down, the engines coming down, no wings, no anything. And I say, what is going on?
Yeah.
And nobody ever saw that before. And if you didn't have him, you probably wouldn't be seeing it. And I called him and said, what's that? He says, well, we want to be able to reuse the engines. I said, they don't have wings. They don't have anything. And they're landing on a platform in the middle of the ocean. I said, how cool is that? I thought I saw it all. But he's a spectacular guy.
Well, I mean, between PayPal, Neuralink, Starlink, Tesla, SpaceX.
And other things.
Yeah, he's probably one of the greatest minds of our generation.
AI, very big.
That's what I wanted to ask about. It was the second question because, technology is improving at a rapid pace,
That's right.
at a pace humanity's never seen before. And the most recent development in technology that is alarming but also cool is artificial intelligence, AI.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be eventually to a point where we're not able to tell what's real and what's fake. The era of truth, I believe, is probably slowly, unfortunately, coming to an end, unless you come with receipts. What do you think the government's role in enabling, protecting, or governing AI should be in general? Should this superpower become what we believe it probably will be?
Well, it is a superpower, and you want to be right at the beginning of it, but it is very disconcerting. I said, you used the word alarming. It is alarming when I saw a picture of me promoting a product, and I could not tell. The voice was perfect. The lips moved perfectly with every word. The way you couldn't, if you were a lip reader, you'd say it's absolutely perfect. And that's scary. In particular, in one way, if you're the president of the United States and you announce that 13 missiles have been sent to, let's not use the name of a country. We've just sent 13 nuclear missiles heading to somewhere, and they will hit their targets in 12 minutes and 59 seconds. And you're that country. And there's no way of detecting. I asked Elon, is there any way that like Russia or China can say that that's not really President Trump? He said there's no way.
They'd have to rely on secondary first alert
systems. They have to rely on a code that if you don't have a certain code, who the hell's going to check? You got like 12 minutes. And let's check the code. Gee, how's everything doing? So what do they do when they see this, right? They have maybe a counterattack. It's so dangerous in that way. Okay. In another way, it's so incredible. That what they do is so incredible. I've seen it. I just got back from San Francisco. I met with incredible people in San Francisco, and we talked about this. This subject is hot on their plates, the super geniuses. Yep. And they gave me $12 million for the campaign, which, 4 years ago, they probably wouldn't have. We had thousands of people on the streets. You saw it. It just happened this last weekend. Yep. I met with incredible people, actually. And this is what everyone's talking about with all of the technology. These are the real technology people. They're talking about AI. And they showed me things, but I've seen things that are you wouldn't even think it's possible. But in terms of copycat, now, to a lesser extent, they can make a commercial. I saw this. Yeah. They made a commercial, me promoting a product, and it wasn't me. And I said, did I make that commercial? Did I forget that I made that commercial? It is so unbelievable. So it brings with it difficulty, but we have to be at the forefront. It's going to happen. And if it's going to happen, we have to take the lead over China. China's the primary threat in terms of that. And you know what they need more than anything else is electricity. They have to have electricity, massive amounts of electricity. I don't know if you know that. In order to do these, essentially it's a plant. And the electricity needs are greater than anything we've ever needed before to do AI at the highest level. And China will produce it because.
And again, Biden's trying to create like more energy production in the U.S. He's drilling more oil. He's trying to create new nuclear power plants. What's Trump doing? Nothing.
They'll do whatever you have to do. Whereas we have environmental impact people, and we have a lot of people trying to hold us back. But massive amounts of electricity are needed in order to do AI, and we're going to have to generate a whole different level of energy. And we can do it, and I think we should do it. But we have to be very careful with it. Right? We have to watch it. But it's the words you use were exactly right. It's the words a lot of smart people are using. There are those people that say it takes over the human race. It's really powerful stuff, AI. So let's see how it all works out. But I think as long as it's there, it's
out. And that's just AI. What about when it becomes SI or super intelligence?
Yeah. No, then they'll have super AI, right? It's super duper AI. But what it does is so crazy.
It's amazing. It's crazy.
Now it can also.
Trump getting deep faked.
Because technology is improving at a rapid pace.
Oh wait, we already talked about that.
I had a speech rewritten by AI out there. One of the top people. He said, "Oh, you're going to make a speech?" Yeah. He goes, "Click, click, click," and like 15 seconds later, he shows me my speech.
That's
written.
Crazy. That's crazy.
So beautifully, I said, "I'm going to use this sucker. I've never seen anything like it."
What'd you say to your speechwriter after that?
You're
fired.
I said, "You're fired, Vince. Get the hell out." No. This was so crazy. It took it and it made it unbelievable. And it's and so fast. You just say, "I'm writing a speech about these two young, beautiful men that are great fighters and sort of great at a lot of things, and tell me about them and say some nice things." And period. And then it comes out. Logan in particular is a great champion. Jake is also good. See, I'm doing that all because you have.
I appreciate that. I do believe your team and I want to shoot a TikTok with you.
Oh, that's good. I'm on TikTok.
We saw your first video. 120 million views. Blew up.
We have a lot of views. I don't know how many, but it was a lot. We did it with Dana.
You went viral.
And we were sort of getting ready to walk into the arena. And there was a lot of crowd, and there wasn't a negative voice in the whole house. It was pretty amazing.
Let's do it again.
I want to respect the time. I'd like to just grab a couple photos, shoot this TikTok.
Absolutely.
120 million views on the way.
Absolutely.
But thank you for joining us on Impulsive, Mr. President.
It's an honor to be with you guys.
That was a retarded softball interview. That was probably the worst Donald Trump interview I've fucking seen yet. That was pretty bad. I'm just gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back.
You're not exactly a spring chicken.
It's funny because he kind of kissed me and slapped me at the same time. The baby boom generation watch CNN, they watch MSNBC, and I'm not normally allowed on those networks. If you don't own a house in this country, you can't participate in the American dream. On the way to catch him, he will actually exceed that by the end of his term. He's now running up a deficit of, he's adding $1 trillion every 90 days to the deficit. This is existential, and they can't talk about it. They can't talk. Both of them are behind the wars, the Ukraine war and the other wars that were this addiction to wars. Both of them have brought that on. Neither of them can deal with this terrible, poisonous polarization and division that we have in this country. That is more threatening to our democracy than at any time since the American Civil War. Since both of them feed on that anger and that vitriol and those accusations and the fear, and they are both the product of it, so they're not going to be able to
What's that clicking?
solve it. And then the chronic disease epidemic that now is debilitating 60% of our kids, they can't do anything about it because they presided over it. Inflation that is destroying our economy, the destruction of the American middle class. They're the ones who ordered the COVID lockdowns, which were the nail in the coffin of the American middle class. In 500 days, we created 500 new billionaires, this new oligarchy of billionaires, and we shifted $4.3 trillion from American working poor and the middle class to this new class of super rich. And they did it. They've mounted this assault on the American middle class, and the only thing they can say is it's not happening. But, I spent a lot of time talking to regular, everyday people, and 60% of the people in our country today are making less than the cost of basic human needs. And, there's desperation in our country that has never been experienced before in American history, and neither of them has a plan. Neither of them even talks about it. President Biden says we're all doing great. So I think, I'm talking to Americans who want these issues debated, who want to know, what we're going to do about housing costs in this country. There's an entire generation now that is never going to own a home, which is the basic, fundamental fulcrum of the American dream. The promise that if you work hard, you play by the rules, you can buy a home, you can take a summer vacation, you can raise a family, you can put something aside for your retirement on one job. There's nobody in my kids' generation who believes that promise applies to them. And, the housing prices are out of sight because of inflation, number one, but even more importantly,
Inflation only accounts for, I think, about 15% of the increase in home costs, so no, it's arbitrary cost increases.
Giant corporations like BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard that own 88% of the S&P 500 and now are buying up all of our housing stock and taking that opportunity. If you don't own a house in this country, you can't participate in the American dream. Because you can't get access to capital. If you own a house, you own equity. You can borrow money. You can pursue your entrepreneurial impulses. You can build a bowling alley or a yoga studio or a saloon or a sporting goods store. But without that, and that's what created the American middle class, is the greatest economic engine in the history of mankind. And now we're going from a ownership society to a rental society. And when we do that, we go from being citizens to being subjects. And, this is the destruction of everything that we value in America.
If you were on that debate stage, what would be the killer question for you, for both Trump and for Biden?
I think the things that I just talked about, what are we going to do about inflation? How do you justify running up these huge deficits? What's the end of it? Where is it going to end? That's what is eating up the American dream.
Well, he doesn't care. That's the thing. He doesn't care. He's going to die in like 10 years. And he only cares about making the super wealthy more wealthy. They're only looking at like short-term profit.
These deficits feed inflation. Inflation is a way of taxing the poor, of taxing the working poor, people on fixed incomes, people on salaries, and it's destroying everything in our country, and neither of them has a plan for dealing with it. And that's what I'm going to hit on them. Where is your plan for making our country affordable again, for rebuilding the American middle class, or rebuilding our industrial base, helping small business in this country, which is under attack? There are a million benefits and subsidies for big business and none for small business in this country. And during COVID, they closed, the two of them closed 3.3 million businesses with no due process, no just compensation, no scientific citation. And now they're going to those businesses and asking them for the money back that we gave them during COVID. And it's just insane. And 41% of black-owned businesses will never reopen. We're seeing the devastation of that in our cities today. Many of these businesses had 3 generations of equity in them, and of hard work, of sweat equity, of financial equity, and it's all gone now. And the American middle class, which is, we're turning into this very stratified society, which, with this extraordinary wealth above and widespread poverty.
It's unfortunate RFK Jr.'s a crazy fucking retard, because a lot of what he's saying is sort of true, but he's not really the right person to, advocate for these messages.
Below, and that kind of configuration, Piers, cannot support democracy over the long term. It's too unstable.
And talking of preserving democracy, how did you feel about Donald Trump becoming a convicted felon? Do you agree with the Republicans and a lot of independents, actually, that it was a ridiculous weaponization of the justice system over what should have been just a state misdemeanor, massively overreached, and now will unleash...
I don't know what the argument is for it being a state misdemeanor. His accomplices also got felony charges, so...
series of tit-for-tat attempts to imprison political leaders in America, making it almost a banana republic?
Yeah, I agree with you. And, the framers of the United States Constitution were very, very conscious of the history in England, where the king would often jail his opponents in Parliament on their way to Parliament,
right,
on contrived charges. And so we pass, in many of our states actually have laws that no matter what kind of crime a legislature, as the state legislatures commit, you cannot arrest him on his way to the Capitol. And it's a crazy law, but we actually have that. In many states, you can commit murder and they're not allowed to arrest you because they were conscious of that. So, we also, as you know, we have a counterbalancing value in our country, which is we want to make sure that no politician is above the law. But so that if a politician breaks the law, yeah, they have to pay for it too. But prosecutors are supposed to be very, very sensitized to the fact that we don't want America to look like a banana republic.
Right.
Haven't watched this, but rest assured this is guaranteed brain rot. Let's watch together, maybe.
Another person fired for criticizing Israel. I genuinely don't know if I want to watch this. She is incapable of doing political commentary, and this seems like a pretty boring topic. I might skim through this a little bit, but I'm not expecting anything. Thanks for the donation, though, Caleb.
To look at the ancient British model, where political opponents, the law, and unfortunately, that's what it looks to many people what happened in our country. And I want to say this: I have condemned President Biden and the DNC's use of law enforcement agencies, including the Secret Service. They won't give me Secret Service protection.
Which is ridiculous. I do not understand that. Honestly, it is incredible to me that you have this current polling and you're a Kennedy. And no one is thinking that a popular Kennedy in American political life at the moment should not be properly protected. It's to me insane.
Yeah, I mean, President.
Buddy, just because his like fucking uncle or whatever got assassinated by some like fucking crazy Russian defector, I don't know why that means RFK Jr. needs Secret Service protection.
Biden has a statue of my dad, a bust of my dad behind him at the Oval Office, and he must know what happened to my father. You know, in fact, prior to 1968, prior to my father's assassination, the nominees of the political party after the convention were entitled to Secret Service protection. So my dad didn't have Secret Service protection. He was relying on football players from the Oakland Raiders and the Dallas Cowboys, the fearsome foursome. Those were his guards. And when he was up in Northern California, the Black Panther Party provided him protection, but he did not have any official federal protection. And after he was killed, Congress changed the law, and all of the candidates who ran that year, George Wallace, Shane McCarthy, Hubert Humphrey, were all given protection.
Bend over, no need tiller. So look who decided to mash up with someone who is polar opposite of them, politically speaking.
All right, guys, happy Friday. Nothing too controversial.
Somebody just gave me this link. Who's she? Oh, I see. She wasn't fired for criticizing Israel. She was fired for being a fucking dumb bitch cunt. Like, this woman was telling her to recognize survivors of rape, and then she like rolled her eyes like a fucking crazy bitch. That's why she got fired. But I'll take a look at that later. Thanks for that donation, Ben.
Since then, the law has been that 120 days out from the November election, you're entitled to it. I should be entitled to it. I don't know if they'll still try to deny it to me. But the president has discretion to give it to other people. And nobody has ever been denied it who's requested. I'm the first candidate in history who's requested Secret Service protection and been denied it. I've had several credible threats on my life. I've had 3 break-ins to my house, including a mentally ill person making it to the 2nd story when my family was home. I've had a guy show up at one of my events demanding to see me with concealed shoulder holsters, loaded with magazines and a laser.
Okay, well, if this is true, maybe you should have Secret Service protection.
A sighted pistol in his backpack, and before he left his home, he created a TikTok account and left a goodbye message saying, if I don't return from this mission alive, contact your commander-in-chief. So he was, it was a very, very, let's say, suspicious incident. And he was, luckily, my security detail, Gavin DeBecker's association, spotted that, he was wearing fake federal ID. So he had a fake U.S. Marshal badge, and he had fake picture ID, federal picture ID on his belt. And my security detail noticed that badge was a little too shiny, and so they surrounded him, and the police came and arrested him. But the Secret Service itself, we provided them 68 pages of detailed death threats and other threats against me, and they examined my case, and they said that I was at a accelerated risk. So that was the Secret Service finding. But the White House still has refused to give me protection. Now, I do want to say this, that I believe that DNC is weaponizing all these agencies right now, including, we saw from my case, Biden versus Kennedy, from the Murthy versus Biden case, from the Twitter file. I don't think like that, but I'm worried about my family. I'm worried about their safety. I'm worried about bystanders. When my father was killed, 6 bystanders were shot, including one of his best friends, Paul Schrade, who was shot in the head. When my uncle was shot, there were numerous bystanders, including Governor Conley, who were shot. When President Reagan was shot, other people were badly, wounded, permanently disabled from that. And almost every assassination attempt we've had, there's been bystanders shot.
Yeah.
So I am worried about their safety. I've made that clear to Chuck Schumer in a series of letters and communications to him.
It's ridiculous.
And to the White House. And,
Israel and Ukraine, because you've been very supportive of Israel in the war with Hamas, but very unsupportive of America helping Ukraine against Russia. And I'm just curious how you see the ideological difference, because from where I sit, currently in London, but from where I sit, you have a Russian dictator illegally invading a sovereign democratic European country, and that country struggling to repel the Russian invader and desperately needing our help. And America remains the number one help it could possibly have, and we all know that. And so America's assistance to Ukraine may or may not determine whether they can stop a Russian victory. And in Israel, they are attacked by Hamas, October the 7th, horrendous attack. And they're responding, and they're trying to get their hostages, and there's a lot of controversy about how they are executing that war. But you're fully supportive of them responding to that invasion on October the 7th. How do you differentiate? I mean, obviously, they're different situations, but ultimately it's about the same kind of principle of a people being attacked and then having the right to defend themselves. And America is very supportive at the moment of both. Why do you object to one, not the other?
Yeah, it's contextual, Piers, and here's the reason. I'm anti-war. I think most of the wars that we fought over the past 100 years were immoral wars. I think the only war that we fought that was actually a moral war was World War II, because it wasn't a war.
Specifically at 2020, Candace is talking with Brianna Joy Gray, talking about why she thinks she got fired, and they're claiming the sister of Israeli hostage is maliciously spreading propaganda. That's probably where the concentrated brain cancer starts.
Okay. I'll maybe start from there. Thanks for the donation, Caleb.
Of choice. It was a war where we were attacked. It was a defensive war. We were attacked by an implacable enemy that had declared its intention to destroy Western democracies, Western values, and to conquer the world, to establish essentially a German caliphate that they call the Third Reich. But most of our wars, including World War I, were wars of choice. My grandfather protested World War I, lost a lot of his friendships, but it was a war to benefit bankers and arms dealers. And I think the Ukraine war is the same. It's a war of choice. It's a war we should never have had. It's a war.
Okay, RFK Jr.'s a fucking retard. Who would have figured? We're not even at war with Russia. Like, what does he mean? It's a war of choice. Like, we can defeat Russia for practically for free if we just supply Ukraine with arms. Why would you do that? It's just so retarded.
That President Putin, we provided the provocation, which was our insistence, irrational insistence, of putting NATO into Ukraine. We were involved.
Oh, here we go. He's spreading the stupid fake Russian narrative that we instigated a war with Ukraine because Ukraine was becoming a NATO member. No. Russia wanted to quickly go to war with Ukraine because they saw that Ukraine was becoming a NATO member and they wouldn't be able to invade Ukraine if they had become a NATO member. That's how that whole chain of events unfolded.
Of course, in the overthrow of the democratically elected Ukrainian government in 2014, and then we put in our government sympathetic to the United States, which invited Ukraine.
Oh, right. Because it would have been so great if Russian separatists who were Russian agents were running Ukraine. That would have been preferable.
Invited NATO into the country. which since 1992, the Soviet leadership, long before Putin, was saying that's a red line for us, and Russia has good reason for that. You know, we wouldn't let nuclear weapons be put in Cuba. I was there in 1962, and
what the fuck is he talking about? Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons on the promise that Russia wouldn't invade. So, like, what is this bullshit that we were going to have nuclear weapons in Ukraine?
this is on his border. It's 4 minutes from Moscow, but for Aegis missile systems, we've already put the Aegis missile Tomahawk systems in Romania, in Poland.
Gee, I wonder why. I wonder if it has anything to do with Russia being hostile. Gee, like, what a fucking retard. Like, just ask yourself, why does every fucking country bordering Russia want to be a NATO member? Why do they all want nuclear weapons? Why do they all want U.S. military support? I wonder, do they just want to, like, poke Russia and go, do something? Or are they, like, worried that Russia's going to invade because they're run by a fucking crazy tyrannical whack job?
Russia has been invaded 3 times through Ukraine. The last time they were invaded through Ukraine, Hitler killed 1 out of every 7 Russians. So they have a rational.
I'm sorry. Wouldn't that be an argument to make NATO, make Ukraine a NATO member? Because if some country, say Germany, becomes Nazi again and want to invade Russia through Ukraine, Ukraine being a NATO member would prevent that. This is an argument in favor of Ukraine becoming a NATO member. Like, holy shit, this guy's, like, he literally is suffering from fucking brainworms.
National security interest in making sure that Ukraine is not occupied by a hostile army. And, you know, they've been very clear with us about that. Our own diplomats, from George Kennett, Bill Pierce, Bill Perry, the leading diplomats in our country, have said, if you go into Ukraine, you're going to force a violent response from Russia. Now, even after that, Russia, after 2014, after we overthrew the government of Ukraine, Russia said,
okay, he's just fucking lying about this. There were Russian separatists that were Russian agents trying to overthrow the government, and we helped prevent that. So, like, again, this is a lie.
And Donbass and Lugansk voted to join Russia.
No, they didn't.
Putin said, I don't want them. I don't want them. I want them to stay part of Ukraine, but let's have a treaty, the Minsk
That is complete and utter bullshit.
Accords. And the key part of the Minsk Accords is that Ukraine would remain neutral. We wouldn't put NATO in Ukraine. So Zelensky runs. He's an actor and a comedian, never been involved in politics, but he wins with 70% of the vote in a landslide. Why? Because he said, I'm going to sign the Minsk Accords and make peace with Russia. People of Ukraine wanted peace. And then what happens? The U.S. government, Victoria Nuland, and his own right-wing people within, Ukraine, forced him to pivot, so he didn't sign the accords. Putin then goes into the country, but he only sends 40,000 troops. Clearly, he doesn't want to conquer a nation of...
Oh my god, this is fucking retarded. Zelensky got information from US intelligence that Russia was going to invade. That's what happened. And why, like, again, they already invaded the Ukrainian peninsula. So what is he talking about? And Russia only sent in 40,000 troops, so they clearly didn't want to take over the nation. Yeah, right, dumbass. That's why they've kept fighting Ukraine, and they've lost 500,000 fucking troops because they didn't want to take over all of Ukraine. Right, you're a fucking idiot.
To 44 million people, and Putin himself says this. He says, I just want them back at the negotiating table. the United States under Biden won't help them.
What?
So,
I'm sorry. What are you fucking talking about? Russia, the only time, like, Russia's demanding ridiculous fucking negotiation terms. I think up until recently, they fucking demanded that the only way they're going to negotiate is if Ukraine agrees to completely demilitarize. So, he's basically making it so Ukraine, like, makes themselves completely and utterly defenseless. That's the only way he's going to negotiate any sort of peace terms. Gee, I wonder what's gonna happen next if Ukraine agrees to completely demilitarize.
Zelensky goes to Naftali Bennett of Israel and to Erdogan in Turkey, and he says, will you help me negotiate a new peace agreement with Putin? Erdogan says yes. They negotiated with the former Israeli Prime Minister and Prime Minister Erdogan in Istanbul. They signed, they initial a treaty and the only thing they really want is that NATO doesn't go into Ukraine.
That's bullshit.
And
Putin. That's a complete lie. Russia was demanding Ukraine completely demilitarize. So that means not becoming a NATO member and disbanding their military, and I think only allowing something like 500 troops. It was something ridiculous.
After the initial, it begins withdrawing his troops from Kiev. Then what happens? President Biden sends Boris Johnson in April of 2022.
Oh, here we go. The Boris Johnson meme. So this was never substantiated by anyone. There's never any recording ever anywhere that Boris Johnson basically fucked up the peace agreements. This is complete nonsense.
To the Ukraine and forces Zelensky to tear up that agreement.
Yeah, Boris Johnson, the fucking banana guy, is the one who's going to convince Zelensky not to sign a peace agreement, right? Again, there is no source for this anywhere. There is not one single source you can find anywhere that Boris Johnson had anything to do with the peace agreements and that he was able to convince Zelensky to get rid of the peace agreement with Russia. That is complete bullshit.
We had peace in our hands, a very, very beneficial and satisfactory peace. And President Biden made Zelensky tear it up. Since then, there's been at least 500,000 Ukrainian kids who have died unnecessarily on the front line. And we are, and who's making all the money?
Wait, what did he just say?
Since then, there's been at least 500,000 Ukrainian kids who have died.
No. What? Ukrainian losses haven't been 500,000. That's Russia. There have been 500,000 Russians that have either been killed or permanently injured where they can't return to the battlefield. I think you're talking about like an average of 8-to-1 attritional losses. So how many Ukrainians have, let me see, Ukraine attritional losses. Yeah, it's something like 100,000 or some shit. Yeah, 70,000 killed, 100 to 120,000 wounded. So you're talking about around 100,000 attritional losses. Where the fuck is he getting? He literally mixed up the numbers. It's Russia that's experienced those attritional losses.
Unnecessarily on the front line, and we are, and who's making all the money? Northrop Grumman, Boeing, Lockheed, Blackstone, all of our military contractors who are the ones who wanted NATO in there, because when NATO goes in there into a new country, those countries have to conform their weapons purchase specifications to NATO specifications.
Okay, all right.
Okay, this is a crazy, insane, whack job conspiracy theory. The military-industrial complex doesn't exist. these companies have no ability to pressure foreign governments to engage in war so that they can make some more money fulfilling military contracts.
Let me respond to you, because I mean, NATO has not gone into Ukraine, though. Ukraine is not a NATO member yet. If it was, then Putin wouldn't have invaded, because NATO has a duty to defend its members. Secondly, I would point out that Ukraine was well, hang on, let me finish. Ukraine was also urged to give up its nuclear defences, which now looks like a very stupid decision.
Yeah.
Thirdly, in 2014, you've neglected to mention that Putin took Crimea. He also attacked Georgia. This is, to me, you're painting a very benevolent, trusting view of Vladimir Putin. Someone who seems to me to be a pretty terrible Russian dictator who was former KGB, didn't like the fact the Soviet Union got broken.
Uh-oh, the brainworms, they're getting angry. Somebody's disagreeing with him.
Broken up, and is now on a mission to restore as much of that power as he possibly can, whilst making himself extremely rich in the...
Gaza has a super high literacy rate, higher than Egypt and US. I'd imagine that's because they're forced to read the Quran.
Process and oppressing his people. I'm just curious why you're so, generous towards him and so ungenerous towards Ukraine,
Well, I'm not,
who are in the end, they are a sovereign democratic European nation. And they were invaded, not just by 40,000, they were invaded by a lot more than 40,000. I've been to Kyiv. I mean, there were 150,000 Russian troops on that border. And they committed massacres.
On the border.
Well, they committed massacres in places like Bucha, which were contemptible. They destroyed cities like Mariupol, completely destroyed them. And they've carried on trying to raise as much of Ukraine to the ground as they can.
Didn't Russia massacre something like 2,000 civilians the first day of the war?
So my question, why are you so benevolent towards Putin and so trusting of him?
Well, I'm not trusting of Putin. I don't think you need to trust Vladimir Putin in order to see what happened in Ukraine. The U.S. it was involved in provocations, and if you
What provocation? He can't even answer that question. What provocation?
You look at the CIA. Piers spent $5 billion overthrowing the government through USAID in funding the Maidan revolution in 2014. It was only after we put our people in, and by the way, Victoria Nuland, the deputy director of the State Department, you can go on and listen to her taped conversations with the U.S. ambassador a month before the coup d'etat, in which she is picking the new heads of the Ukrainian cabinet. Vladimir Putin says this, and his rational response to that is to invade Crimea. I'm not excusing it, and I'm not excusing Putin's invasion of Donbass and Lugansk. It is rational, and it was predictable that Putin was not going to let the United States take away its only warm water port.
Yeah, right.
I hate that Piers is so based in many of his interviews, since I think he's a complete idiot.
Yeah, Pierce actually does do good journalism. It's just when the topic is veganism, he's a complete fucking dickhead. But otherwise, yeah, he's a good journalist and he's a good interviewer. Thanks for the donation, adios. Bend over donate tillers. Isn't RFK Jr.'s campaign partially financed by the Kremlin? Yeah, it is. It is. He was receiving money literally from the Kremlin, and Russian agents were helping him make ad campaigns. And they found this out because one of his ad campaign spokesperson people who were posting on his Twitter were using stock photos that came from a Russian stock photo website. So yeah, he's literally getting funded by the Kremlin. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
The only way for him to control his warm water port in Vladivostok was to go into Crimea. And by the way, he didn't fire a shot. He didn't kill a single Crimean because they wanted him in there. They voted.
What? Dude, I remember back in 2014, I was reacting to some of the war on stream. 2014 Crimean invasion footage. I was literally watching Ukrainian forces getting attacked by a fucking Russian hind. What is he talking about? 2014 Crimean invasion hind attack. Let me see if I can find it.
Russian troop soldiers turn over their reaching in, ripping it out, the camera going black. ABC's Alex Marquardt and our team finding themselves
firing warning shots and throwing sound grenades. Ukrainian forces have set up a perimeter, but it's clear that we are forces fanned out, rifles at the ready before they proud.
Yeah, dude, that is fucking insane. 2014 Crimea Russian hind attack. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, that's 2 months ago. Like, what is he fucking talking about?
Voted to have them in there. So I'm not defending Vladimir Putin. I think I know who Putin is, and you know, he's very open about the fact that he kills his political enemies. He's not a nice guy.
Right. Would you be happy? Do you feel comfortable, Robert, with the idea of Putin winning this war?
Thanks for streaming. It's making my slow day at work more enjoyable. Well, no problem, dude. It's what I do.
Do you not see it, as many do, as a
way,
precursor to a very dangerous shift in power in the global order if he does?
No, we've shifted the power by forcing this war on them. First of all, I'm not,
oh my God.
You know, what I'm saying is we should be negotiating with him. He's asked to negotiate. He's repeatedly asked to negotiate.
But what would you give him?
I'm not going to tell you what I would have given him. I'm running to be the leader.
Dude, claiming like Ukraine joining NATO is forcing a war on Russia is like a cop claiming, oh, well, I needed to shoot you because you're standing at your like bedroom window naked. It just, how in the fuck does Ukraine joining NATO force Russia to engage in a war? It's just fucking retarded. Like he still hasn't made an argument for that.
Of the country, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do in negotiation. But you know, I spend my career has been about negotiations. I've negotiated 500 lawsuits. I know, and you don't trust the person on the other side of the negotiation. And I can imagine, you know, I would negotiate something that looked like the Minsk Accords or looked like the April 2022 arrangement. Oh, and what we've done, Piers, we have destroyed American power. We have forced an alliance. We've demonstrated the weakness of American power in Europe. We've demonstrated the fact that we can't do what America's supposed to be able to do, which is to reclaim that country. That we're not able to. We can't get equipment over there. We forced Russia into a very dangerous alliance with China. We've made Putin immensely popular in his own country.
Yeah, he's immensely popular in his home country. That's why there's so many riots and protests, and Putin's actually enacted new policies to prevent, you know, protesting so that he can lock up any of his political adversaries because he's so popular. So many people love him. That's why he needs to do everything he can to stop these protests and lock everybody up who disagrees with him. What a fucking idiot.
We forced the rise of BRICS, which is now threatening the domination of the American dollar as the global reserve currency. And we put...
Yeah, right. BRICS is such a fucking threat. All these poor-ass countries that are massively in fucking debt, that don't speak the same language, that don't get along with each other. Ooh, BRICS. Oh my God, China's tens of trillions of dollars in debt and their economy's crashing. BRICS. Like, what a fucking idiot.
Put Putin in a position where his economy is stronger than it's ever been and more independent from the world economy, which means he has the capacity to do bad things to the world economy.
But if you were president,
we've
all right,
made
but if you were
Russia stronger than ever.
All right, but if you're president come November and this war is still going on, as it's quite likely to be, how are you actually going to resolve it? Because Putin's not going to give up any of the land he's taken.
I would negotiate.
How though?
I would negotiate.
Ukrainians don't want to give.
Listen. I don't know if you.
Putin, how about I let you eat the brain worms that are inside my brain? I've been told they're quite a delicious delicacy. And then you go out of Ukraine and get peace. You can eat my brain worms.
Know this. I don't know if you know this, Piers. President Zelensky has passed a law in Ukraine making it illegal to negotiate with Putin. Like,
Yeah. I don't know why you'd have an interest in negotiating with Putin. Russia has violated every single agreement they've had with every single nation. What the fuck would a peace agreement with Russia mean? They weren't even allowed, like, they're not even technically allowed to invade Ukraine because of the deal they made with Ukraine giving up their nuclear weapons. If they'll violate that agreement, then what use is it negotiating with them?
That you should always lead with diplomacy. That's what my uncle said. That the primary job of a president of the United States.
But we didn't do that with Hitler.
Was to keep our country out of war.
We didn't.
Yeah, dude, I ain't never getting Parkinson's. So for one thing, Parkinson's doesn't run in my family, and two, I take a fair bit of nicotine, which is protective against Parkinson's.
Do that with Hitler.
Well, yeah, and I said that was the one war that was a moral war.
Yeah, but my point is we didn't deal with that German dictator. We didn't deal with him diplomatically. We dealt with him.
Well, we did at first. We tried to have diplomatic relations with Hitler, and he just violated the diplomatic relations and agreements he made. Just like Putin is violating every diplomatic agreement he's ever made.
Military.
Well, yeah, but so are you saying we should attack all dictators?
Yes, we should attack all dictators. There is no point in making any diplomatic relations with them. They are fascists. They don't care about diplomacy. They will violate every agreement you have with them. So yes, you should attack them.
Do you think that the Iraq
No,
war
but I think
was a good idea?
Look, last time I checked, America believed in defending and safeguarding.
Why the fuck is he mentioning the Iraq war? Like, what does this have to do with fucking Putin? Iraq wasn't invading fucking United States.
Democracy wherever it was in the world. And I share your misgivings about a lot of the military conflicts.
Ukraine,
I do think Ukraine, whether you like it or not, Ukraine is a democratic European country. It's no longer part of the Soviet Union.
It's semi-democratic, and it's the according to the World Bank, it's the most corrupt country in the world, and we have no.
Yeah, Ukraine is the most corrupt country in the world. How many billions of dollars has Putin stolen from the healthcare system and pension funds to build his mega fucking palace? Has Zelensky done that? Like, by the way, this is just clear Russian bot talking points. Like, I don't know how much more clear it is that RFK Jr. is getting all of his information from Russian agents. This is a Russian agent bot talking point. Oh, Ukraine's the most corrupt country on earth. That's literally just coming from Russia.
No idea where any of this money is going over there. There's no accounting.
Okay, this is another stupid fucking claim. We're not just giving Ukraine $60 billion. That money is coming in the form of actual equipment. We're not just handing them over cash and then where's the money going? Like, no, we're handing them over military weapons. We're handing them over munitions, and then they're using it. That's what the money is. It's in the military equipment. It's not literal cash being given to them. Like again, this is another Russian bot talking point. How do you know the cash is going to the places you want it to go? Like, no, we're not giving them cash. We're giving them fucking munitions.
You know, and a lot of it clearly is going to enrich the oligarchs in that country, but we're killing kids unnecessarily.
Okay, well, I don't see fucking Zelensky rolling around in a fucking Ferrari, so I don't think there's any worry that we're just giving money to fucking Ukrainian oligarchs unless they're selling Patriot missile systems.
My own son fought in Ukraine, Pierce. You know, he went over there and fought in the Kharkiv offensive or the Foreign Legion in Ukraine. And, you know, and this is not a good thing for our country. It is not a strategic interest in our country. It's not our job in our country to fight every dictator in the world.
And what if he, let me ask you this. What if he wins, Putin, and he then decides to invade one of the Baltic countries? What would your view be then?
I don't think there's any evidence that he wants to do that.
But what?
Yeah, other than him claiming he wants to invade Poland. You know, there's no evidence other than him saying he wants to do that.
What if he did?
And I don't think there.
What if he did?
Putin? Listen, Putin. I'm not. Again, you know, my answer to that would be strategic ambiguity. I'm not going to tell.
There's no evidence he wants to do this other than him saying he wants to do it.
You one way or the other. If he attacks a NATO country, we're obligated under those articles to go to support those countries.
Yes, and this is the reason why Ukraine wanted to join NATO, you fucking retard, so that Russia wouldn't be able to invade.
What if China? All right, let me expand it. What if China looks at America being supine in its defense of Ukraine, allowing Putin to win? Why would that not be just a massive green light to China to then take Taiwan, as they're desperate to do?
Oh, let me guess. I know exactly what he's going to say. He's going to say, well, Taiwan's a part of China. He's going to say it.
I think it's been a green light to China to show how weak we are in Ukraine and how depleted we are and how ineffective our equipment is.
Yeah, we'd be even weaker, surely. Wouldn't we be even weaker if we let him win?
What?
If we let Russia win?
I think that we look weak anyway, and I think we are weak now. And I think we're weak because
trannies can join the military? Is that what he wants to say? Buddy, the U.S. military budget has never been fucking higher. I don't know how the U.S. military is weak.
That our military equipment is bad, and
our military equipment is bad, right? That's why it's absolutely decimating Russia right now, because it's bad, right? All the Russian air defense systems being wiped out by the Patriot missile systems. Oh, I guess it's because we have bad equipment, right?
That the morale within our military is...
All the Bradley fighting vehicles that have taken out Russian T-90 tanks. I guess the Bradleys are bad. That's how they defeat Russian tanks, right?
Bad, and I think that just getting in continual wars has been bad for our country. Try to name, Pierce, we've spent $8 trillion on wars since 2000. Name one country that's better off because of those wars. Iraq is worse off than we found it. We killed more Iraqis than Saddam Hussein. We created ISIS. We pushed Iraq into a proxy.
Okay, we destroyed ISIS. We destroyed Al-Qaeda. We were able to fend off the Taliban. They immediately retreated as soon as the U.S. invaded. Like, what is he talking about? The U.S. military is weak? Why the fuck does the U.S. military have a victory as soon as they show up? Everyone fucking retreats. The only reason we had to pull out of Afghanistan is because the Taliban were just fighting these small battles of attrition, and they knew if they just kept it up long enough, it would just become too expensive for the US to stay there. But every time the US has a presence in these areas, they win. Everybody fucks off and leaves, and they can't get any fucking large victories. They might be able to fucking shoot like one US troop from a building like half a kilometer away, and then they immediately get fucking smoked out. But guess what? The US fucking wins wherever the fuck they are. If they don't like win the war, the US wins by fucking attrition, certainly.
Sure, with Iran.
Yeah.
We drove 4 million refugees into Europe. We destabilized every country in Europe. Though you could trace that a straight line to Brexit in England. Oh, these are
you could argue. I mean, I would put. I agree with you, but I would put up an argument that the military operation in Afghanistan was justified in the sense that there had to be a big response to 9/11, and actually,
and again, if you look at attritional losses, the U.S. technically won. The Taliban were completely put at bay with the U.S. military presence. They couldn't fucking take over the Afghan capital. And if you just look at attritional losses, the Taliban lost way more fighters.
RFK Jr. is too stupid to understand that helping a small democratic country equals protecting America. It's a fucking long-term investment helping the smaller countries against crazy bloodthirsty dictators.
Yeah, this is something that a lot of people don't get. Ukraine is one of the world's largest grain producers. They also have huge oil reserves. The idea that having friendly terms with these nations and helping them out in times of war wouldn't be an economic benefit to us in the long term, and a geopolitical benefit, like, it's just fucking retarded. Like, oh yeah, let all the crazy fucking whack job dictators take over all over the place. Don't help them. Destroy geopolitical relations with other fucking countries and lose that economic opportunity in the long term. Like, it's just idiotic. Thanks for the donation. Adios.
Al-Qaeda's ability to train in Afghanistan was severely dented by
the U.S. completely destroyed Al-Qaeda. They're gone. They don't exist anymore.
By the military operation there. I didn't like the way it was suddenly ended because the Taliban just took back all the power that they'd lost. I would have liked a few thousand troops to have been left there, as America and the allies have done all around the world. But I do think that the ability to stop Al-Qaeda being as effective as they were was definitely a good result of the Afghanistan war.
Okay, well, you and I differ there. I don't think 20 years in Afghanistan, the longest war in American history, and then, inevitably.
So RFK Jr. is literally claiming that after terrorists kill, 2,000 American citizens with the worst terror attack since Pearl Harbor, he would have done absolutely nothing and been like, well, them's the breaks. Yeah, this is somebody you definitely want as president.
Turning it back to the Taliban, I don't think, and having all the people who were allied with us for 20 years. And
by the way, Trump is a huge fucking reason why the exit from Afghanistan happened the way it did. He legitimized the Taliban as like an actual government, basically. And he kept making concessions with them.
We promised to defend, knowing that ultimately we're going to have to leave, and we would leave them at the mercy of their enemies. I don't think it was a good result.
But what you can't do, but surely what you can't do.
You and I will differ there.
Okay, but surely what you can't do, you can't let a bunch of terrorists take down the World Trade Center and not respond, particularly if you know where they're all being trained and where they're being harbored. Similarly, you can't allow a Russian dictator to just march in.
I'm not
hang on.
But Piers, I'm not arguing that.
Nor to me can you allow. Nor can you allow a Russian dictator to run into a European country. And here's where I would put your slight moral. I would argue, and correct me if I'm wrong. I would say that this is where there's a slight inconsistency in your moral worldview of these things, because when it comes to Israel, whose leader, Netanyahu, is facing corruption charges, unlike Zelensky, and whose leader authorized payments of billions and billions of dollars to Hamas because it suited him to keep the Palestinians.
Oh, I love how people bring this stupid shit up. Like, I mean, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. If Netanyahu never would have given that aid money to Gaza, people would have said, "Oh, genocide! You're starving the nation. Oh, after you invade and blow up a bunch of buildings and kill people, you're gonna fucking just starve them and not help them rebuild." And then if he gives them the aid money, "Oh, you're funding fucking terrorists. This was all a bit of a big Jewish conspiracy plot to create more war so that you could genocide the Palestinian people." Like, it's just fucking retarded.
Palestinian Authority and Hamas at loggerheads with each other, that you support without any equivocation continued ongoing support for that government and Netanyahu and what he's doing when much of the world is enraged by the scale of the response to October the 7th. And I would simply say that there's an inconsistency there. You don't seem bothered about Israel.
I agree there should be an end plan as well. So but that's not the question. The question is, do we need to disarm, does Israel need to disarm Hamas before a ceasefire or get the hostages back? And I would say the hostages have to be returned and Hamas has to be disarmed, or else how can you have a peace? I don't know.
How do you disarm?
Hamas,
How do you
the whole purpose
disarm?
of Hamas is,
Yeah, but how do you disarm the rest of Hamas? We're not sure how many are left, but certainly thousands of them when they're embedded.
It's probably about 20,000.
Now in refugee camps amongst hundreds of thousands of civilians, millions of them. And so every time you launch an offensive against them, as we saw with the apparent targeted attack on 2 Hamas terrorists in the Rafah camp, and as you saw with the rescue of these hostages, one of them led to 50 civilians being killed. The other ones led to, depending which numbers you believe, anything between 100 and 274 people being killed. So at what point does this desperation to eliminate the last members of Hamas get overtaken by the sheer volume of civilians being killed in the process, which I cannot believe will do anything longer term than foment the ideology that drove Hamas in the first place?
yeah, I mean, you're asking a lot of questions, and I'd like you to give me time to answer them.
Sure.
And you could ask the same. You brought up Nazi Germany as a kind of an analogy for what's happening in the Mideast.
Lena, thanks for the membership. Appreciate it.
In 1945 or 44 at Casablanca, Churchill and Roosevelt had an argument because Roosevelt said we have to denazify Germany. And if we don't denazify Germany, it is going to, the Nazis are going to rise up and do the same thing again. Churchill did not want an unconditional surrender for the Nazis. He said, we'll have to kill too many civilians to do that, and everybody will fight for the death. But Roosevelt won that argument. We killed about 2 million Germans during World War II in order to get into Berlin and denazify it. Today, Germany is the richest country in Europe. It's one of the most powerful economies in the world. I think it's the 4th most powerful. And nobody's scared of Germany because it's a peaceful country. And today, Hamas, which is authoritarian control of, hasn't won an election in 16 years, of Gaza, is a corporate kleptocracy, and it's absolutely intent on one issue only, to just annihilate Israel and to kill all the Jews. And in their charter, Hamas has a provision that says it is against Islamic law to even negotiate with Israel except as a ruse. So I don't see how people who are saying, well, you should have a ceasefire, then what? And what you've rewarded Hamas for taking all.
Dude, it is so fucking bizarre that there's so many pro-Israelis. Well, usually it's pro-Palestinians that are fucking Russian supporters like fucking Finkelstein, but there's even pro-Israelis like fucking this idiot who are also pro-Russia. It's just so bizarre how like no one has any like epistemic standards with how they think.
Hostages, and they're going to keep taking hostages to get more and more advantage. And this is, by the way, the 5th ceasefire. On October 7th, they broke a ceasefire.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
So are you going to go back to that status quo?
Well, I don't think there's any future. I don't think you can have any future. I don't think you can have any future there with Hamas retaining any form of power whatsoever. Nor do I think Netanyahu.
I agree.
Nor do I think Netanyahu is a person that's going to bring peace to that region at all.
If it has, along with President Trump and President Biden,
I would love to see that. Maybe they could end. Maybe they should get you on the debate stage, and at the end, put you all through a live cognitive test. My money would be on you, actually. Let me ask you also, because you've been doing your campaign's been running for many.
I offer.
Well, I say you've been campaigning a long time. It's hard, grueling work. It involves a lot of talking, never mind just the media, but talking to people you meet, talking to groups and so on. And you have got this issue with your voice that you've talked about very openly. It's no secret, and it happened to you in your 40s. But how hard is it to just talk all day long when you're campaigning on your voice?
You know, the talking is not a hardship on me at all. It's a hardship on people who have to listen to me, and I can't listen to myself.
Yeah, he's got that right.
If I hear myself on TV or the radio, I turn it off.
Really?
It's painful for me to listen.
Steve, Carly, donated $2. Can I get your honest opinion on, do you think this chick has gotten liposuction around her midsection? I was just curious. I can pretty much guarantee you yes. Very likely. Yeah, I would say it's pretty likely. It's possible that she just has like odd proportions where she just doesn't really store much fat on her midsection. It pretty much all goes to her thighs. But I would say it's pretty damn likely. I'd say like 70% chance. She might just do waist training though. Even then. Actually, maybe not. Let me see, I'm just looking at more of these photos and I'm starting to second guess myself. Yeah, actually, I'd say maybe not. Yeah, actually, I'm leaning more towards her not having liposuction and her just storing fat in, like just around her thighs and butt. Yeah. Well, thanks for the donation, Steve Carley.
Listen to it, and I know it's painful for other people, and I apologize to all of your audience and people all over the world.
I don't even notice it now. Honestly, I don't. But there's been a phenomenon that's erupted in America, certainly in my eyes, in the last couple of weeks, and it's called cricket. Now, I didn't realise that cricket actually used to be America's most popular sport before the Civil War. In fact, the first international cricket match ever took place in the mid-19th century between America and Canada.
Dude, cricket is even worse than baseball. There are matches that can go on for 3 fucking days.
New York, and was watched by 5,000 people a day. And last week, America beat Pakistan, which was, in cricket terms, unbelievable, totally unexpected, and was watched again by 5,000 people a day in New York. And it says to me that maybe finally, because apparently in the Civil War, soldiers gave up playing cricket because it was too complicated to play in their downtime from fighting, and they morphed into baseball. It's an easier game. It felt more exclusively American. But now I feel that cricket's making a
indicators like that. I got a message from on high that we were not allowed to interview Norm Finkelstein. I know you sat down with him for a really terrific interview that I watched and I thought was really well done.
Norm Finkelstein is a crazy, delusional whack job.
And the argument was that he was a Holocaust denier. Norm Finkelstein, as you're aware, is someone whose parents both survived the Holocaust and knows the horrors of.
Let me see. Norm Finkelstein. Fuck. Norm Finkelstein, Holocaust denier. There's something in Wikipedia saying he praised a Holocaust denier. The Holocaust industry. Finkelstein argues that Elie Wiesel and others exploit the memory of the Holocaust as an ideological weapon. He writes, is to enable Israel, one of the world's most formidable military powers with a horrendous human rights record. Yeah, sure it does. Cast itself as a victim state, that is, to provide Israel immunity to criticism. By the way, this is literally a Holocaust denial talking point. They say Israel either invented or played up the Holocaust to seem as though they're victims so they can gain world dominance. The book was received negatively in many quarters, with critics charging that it was poorly researched and or allowed others to exploit it for anti-Semitic purposes. German historian Hans Mommsen disparaged the first edition as a most trivial book, which appeals to easily aroused anti-Semitic prejudices. Israeli Holocaust historian Israel Gutman called it a lampoon, which takes a serious subject and distorts it for improper purposes. I don't even think it should be reviewed or critiqued as a legitimate book. The Holocaust industry was also harshly criticized by Brown University professor Omer Bartov, University of Chicago professor Peter Nikov, and other reviewers accusing Finkelstein of selective or dubious evidence and misinterpretation of history. At the time the book was published in Germany, Der Spiegel reported the country was in the grip of Holocaust madness. Finkelstein is being taken seriously. What he says corresponds with what many who do not know the facts think. In an interview, Finkelstein said, Holocaust is a political weapon. Germans have legitimate reasons to defend themselves against this abuse. Denied entry into Israel 2008. That's hilarious. Because of suspicions involving hostile elements in Lebanon, because he did not give a full accounting to interrogations with regards to these suspicions. Finkelstein had visited South Lebanon and met with Lebanese families during the 2006 Lebanon War. He was banned from entering Israel for 10 years. That's funny. Holocaust denial. In a 2020 online discussion with British activist Finkelstein called Holocaust denier David Irving a very good historian, finding insufficient the evidence of Richard J. Evans as the expert witness in Irving's unsuccessful libel action in 2000 against Deborah Lipstadt, who had labeled Irving a Holocaust denier. Finkelstein said Irving had produced works that are substantive. If you don't like it, don't read it. In the case of Irving, he knew a thing or two or three. In October 2020, Finkelstein published an extract from his forthcoming book, Cancel Culture, Academic Freedom, and Me, on the website following the banning of Holocaust denial from Facebook and Twitter. Okay, yeah. It might be a little reaching to call him a Holocaust denier, but the fact that he's literally parroting Nazi talking points that Jews are, acting like victims because of the Holocaust, and he defends known Holocaust deniers and wants Holocaust denialism spread on Facebook and Twitter. According to Finkelstein, Holocaust denial should be taught in university and preferably by a Holocaust denier as a means to inoculate students against it. What? He states, if one is committed to the purity of truth, not just in its wholeness, but also in its parts, then a Holocaust denier performs the useful function of ferreting out local errors precisely because he is a devil's advocate that is fanatically committed to unmasking the hoax of the 20th century. Okay, so yeah, I think it's relatively fair to call this guy a Holocaust denier.
Of the Holocaust much more intimately and personally than most people alive today. And the final straw was when we
Finkelstein literally promotes Holocaust denialism.
got an indication that this most recent guest, the sister of a hostage, wanted to come on. It was pitched to me specifically that she wanted to come on to talk to me, not to be interviewed by both myself and my co-host, but that she wanted to talk to me. And to me, that was a clue that it was going to be another one of these interviews where a guest who has a really legitimate point of view, obviously, as someone who has been living in the limbo of not knowing whether or not someone she loves more than almost anyone else in the world is safe. That is a perspective we absolutely should have on the show. But I was worried that exactly what happened would happen and that she would turn this into a referendum on my own personal political views and try to play sort of both the position of a human being who's going through something really tough, for whom we should all have compassion, but also someone who is advancing a political ideology and advancing very specific untruths on a news show that it's my job as a reporter and journalist.
Yes, it's your job as a reporter and a journalist to go, when somebody brings up Israeli women were raped by Hamas,
to push back on and fact check in real time.
Yeah, and I can't think of anything, grosser than utilizing the victimhood, the true victimhood of your sister to advance a political ideology. That shouldn't be the case, And you are absolutely correct that there does seem to be this media.
Well, these are two fucking liars, regardless of their, You know, differing political beliefs, they do make good bedfellows because they're both fucking insane liars.
Environment where they are propagandizing. They're propagandizing because if you truly believe in free speech and you truly believe that the best idea wins, then you should have no problem sitting down and having a meaningful debate, right? To call Norm Finkelstein a Holocaust denier when his parents survived the Holocaust it's
Norm Finkelstein literally advocated for the teaching of Holocaust denial in school. Not just like teaching about why Holocaust denial is wrong. He was advocating for literally getting Holocaust deniers to teach Holocaust denial revisionist history.
It's absurd. It's so absurd. They don't want him on the show, right? They don't want him on the show because, if of course, once he speaks, you realize it's completely ridiculous to make that sort of an accusation. But we're seeing that happen on so many networks that purport to be about free speech. And I am somebody who has moved so much in my political ideology from, where I was on the left, and then realizing that I know that we disagree here, that I had it completely wrong, which should show people that I am willing to move, right? If you actually present an idea.
No, you're not willing. So she's a liar. She's not willing to change her political beliefs based on new evidence. She changes her political beliefs based on ideological reasons, not based on evidence. Like, look at the fucking shit she said about what's her name, Macron's wife, her being fucking trans. No evidence. And she just believes this because she's a fucking ideologue.
To me, and I find your idea to be valid, I am happy to jump on your side. And yet you see on this one issue, the loudest, most platformed pro-Israel voices don't want to debate. They don't want to debate. I've reached out. I've tried to have people on for a debate. They don't want to debate.
Why would anybody want to debate you? You're a fucking retard. Like... it's just funny. Like these fucking conservatives are like, nobody wants to debate me because they're too afraid. They know I'm going to destroy them. Bitch, you're fucking claiming Macron's wife is a fucking trans woman and she was born a man. Why would anybody have an interest in debating you? Like, what would it achieve?
And the only people that don't want to debate their ideas while they're sitting and they're talking down to you and they're telling you that they're right and you're wrong and you're an anti-Semite are the people that are lying. That's my view. You're a liar, okay?
Yes, but you're telling the truth when you're claiming Macron's wife is trans. Like, this is the shit you hear from the flat earth community. Oh, all the round earthers are just too afraid to debate me because they know they're lying about the round earth. Like, no, we have better things to do.
Because I'm Candace, I don't have all of the degrees that the rest of these people have who think that they're so smart and they're so brilliant. Wouldn't you just think that you would slam me in a debate? I'm so dumb and you're so smart and you're so wise. And
like, again, this isn't an argument for why anybody would want to debate. Like, this is an argument for why somebody wouldn't want to debate you. You know nothing. You're an ideologue. You lie. Yeah, they could easily win the debate. Why would they waste their time, though?
You just need to teach us things. If the Israel argument is valid, sit down and debate it with somebody who is against the Israel argument. That's it. And let people watch it and let people observe it and let people move their opinion one way or the other. But I do want to ask you, Brianna, because we don't have much time here, a lot of stuff is also happening in Congress. I don't know if you caught Thomas Massie. He's my favorite congressman ever. I am a Thomas Massie stan. He sat down with Tucker Carlson and he said, essentially, every Republican in Congress except for him has an AIPAC handler. An AIPAC handler. We have seen the strength of AIPAC. We have seen the strength of the ADL. We talked about in monologue, which you didn't get to see, how Trump couldn't get this thing done. He wanted to ban TikTok, because he had concerns about China. Suddenly, John Greenblatt swoops in and it's gone. TikTok has got to go, or at least it passes in the House. And immediately you start to realize who's actually controlling Congress.
Yeah, and it's not just Republicans. I followed the Massey APAC challenge very closely because it mirrors, frankly, the kind of challenges we've been seeing on the left for quite some time. The left, not liberals, who I am frequently a critic of, I think I critique more than any other group, is not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about real progressives, to the left of Bernie, frankly, have frequently found themselves in the exact same situation as Thomas Massey, because it is, again, the one and true only red line on a bipartisan basis that nobody on either side of the aisle is allowed to cross. So you've seen these mounting APAC challenges from candidates like Anita Turner in Ohio's 11th district. Summer Lee was able to survive her challenge. You're seeing Jamal Bowman in New York getting challenged along these lines. And you're seeing a lot of, and I know that you have an interest in kind of the craven weaponization of identity politics and the exploitation of race to lend cover to what are, frankly, in this case, kind of a foreign policy agenda, but are often sort of corporate policy agendas. And there's often overlap between the two. As we're talking about Israel, we can't not talk about defense contracting and Boeing and why there is so much incentive to continue this war along with so many others. But what you see is that particularly people like Richie Torres, Congress members who are Black and brown, are often weaponized to advance the interests of Israel in this case. Hakeem Jeffries, also from New York, frequently famously says Israel is the sixth borough. Mayor Adams, unsurprisingly, is a big advocate for Israel. And I think they try to disguise the extent to which there is a conflict of interest there between the average working class American and the interests that are being pushed by a foreign lobby by dressing it up in the veneer of a trusted Black representative. On the other hand, and I think we talked about this a little bit before we started recording, those Black representatives and leaders, political leaders that don't fall in line are subject to particular scrutiny and particularly forceful pushback. And I think that's part of what you experience, is part of what I experienced. The Stop Anti-Semitism account recently decided to post a picture of a random Black high school student who had said that they want to free Palestine, really targeting in particular Black people, because I think they're capitalizing on this stereotype that because there is, I think, a longstanding tradition of Black people kind of empathizing with the situation of Palestinians, because frankly,
oh my God. Like, you realize that that social media page talks about people of every culture and race. They've targeted people like Nick Fuentes. They've targeted Daniel Hikikijo, who's an Arab. They've talked about they've targeted Black people. They, like, anybody who's an anti-Semite they talk about. And now she's trying to put like some sort of fucking race classism bullshit. They're trying to target Black people because Black people are fucking stupid babies who can't think for themselves, and they're trying to like bully a Black person. Like, really?
Frankly, it is familiar that we have historically also been tarred with the label anti-Semite, and it's a method to effectively shut down conversations about this issue.
That's exactly right. And I do actually totally agree with you that there does seem this particular targeting of Black American voices, and I can't figure that.
Okay. Oh, but I believe in free speech. Anybody should be able to say anything they want. If you want to criticize somebody, go ahead. Oh, you're criticizing a Black person? No, it's wrong. It's wrong to criticize Black people. Oh, but I believe in free speech and everybody should be able to criticize whoever they want. I'm in favor of the marketplace of free ideas. No Black people, no! Like, the double speak, dude.
I can't figure that out. I don't know why it is, but you're labeled anti-Semite from Michael Jackson, me, and I'm going, what are you talking about? There's literally no record of this. I've worked for Jewish companies my entire life. How did I just...
Yeah, I'm not an anti-Semite. I worked for a Jewish company, but got fired when I literally said Jews are part of a secret cabal that are trying to destroy the entire human race. Okay, gotcha.
Become a raging anti-Semite simply because I have questions about what is happening to these innocent Palestinian children and why we are treating them like their lives don't matter. Again, my
By the way, plenty of people have offered to debate Candace Owens on this, I think including Destiny, and she hasn't agreed to any of these debates.
Position is that what we're seeing operating in the media are racial supremacists, and I think that they're taking the wrong side here. I feel it.
Racial supremacists, right? You have Palestinian Arabs saying they want to exterminate all Jews because they're rats and scum. I wonder who the racial supremacists are.
You can sense it in the air. People are starting to ask questions. People are seeing what is happening to people. There seems to be an awakening on this issue. And let me tell you, if this awakening speeds up, and I think it is, it's catalyzing, people are going to look back and they're going to remember these voices that sat there and supported racial supremacy because they didn't want to lose their jobs, that supported racial supremacy, supported the death of innocent children, who are out there saying outrageous things, applauding the death of children.
Who's supporting the death of innocent children? Hamas literally gets children to wear suicide vests and blow themselves up in front of like Jewish crowds. Who's supporting child deaths here?
Children, as long as they get back one person, as opposed to saying, no, this conflict needs to come to an end because too many children are dying. I have no regrets in what I've said. I have no regrets in the way that
Hamas has fucking terrorist training camps for children where they indoctrinate them into praising Hitler and the Holocaust so that they'll commit martyrdom in order to kill Jews. Like again, who's supporting child deaths here?
I've been treated in the media, because at the end of the day, my relationship doesn't matter with the boss, it matters with God. And they are all going to have to account to God one day. And you can see the
No, they're not, because your imaginary friend doesn't exist. And if God existed, he wouldn't let somebody that stupid, stupid as you, exist on this earth.
these psychopaths in media, that are trying to sell you something different and tell you that there's something wrong with you or you're perverted because you feel bad for a dead child that you are seeing on your screen. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be those people when you have to meet the ultimate boss one day and really account for what you've created and throughout your life.
Yeah, Candace, I would love to just speak to that Jewish supremacy point, if I could, to clarify for some people who might hear that phraseology and find it to be a little bit dissonant. I just want to say that obviously I think we can all understand that any supremacy movement is a problem.
Mhm.
We are, I think, so rightly appalled by the horrors of the Holocaust, and we have been so that has been
Oh, are you sure the Holocaust happened? Because I remember you fucking, going like doing one of these when a woman told you about rapes that occurred against Jewish women. Has anybody talked to you about the Holocaust and you did one of these? You sure the Holocaust happened?
emphasized and taught to us so strongly in our education as we grow up, rightly so, that I think the idea of even thinking about Jewish supremacy is sometimes difficult to wrap your brain around because we're so focused on the opposite, right? Anti-Semitism and the relatively recent historical tragedy that ended up killing 2/3 of
I don't even understand what they're talking about. As a group, are Jews better than Palestinians? Yeah. Let's see. They have a higher average IQ. They're more productive as a society. They have a secular government. They generate way higher fucking GDP. The technologies they've produced with AI, with desalination, they're some of the leaders in technology. They don't get their children to strap bombs to their chest and kill innocent people in an act of jihad. Like, yeah, as a group, Jews are better than fucking Palestinians. They have greater human rights. They have a better government. They have better government institutions. They're just more productive as a society. Like, what do you mean Jewish supremacy? Like, yeah, they are better. What is there to argue?
The world's Jewish population and a horrible Holocaust, right? And I want to just really address that dissonance because what I'm talking about, and I think what you were talking about when we're talking about supremacy, is an ideology that I think is required to support Zionism, but which is not fundamental to Judaism as a whole.
Correct.
And there has
Judaism
been this
is
effort.
not.
Oh, she doesn't even know what Zionism is.
Not Zionism.
Right. There's been this effort to conflate the two because we all abhor the notion of being anti-Semitic, right? And I think there is a sensitivity to that Zionists are aware of, and so they know that it's easier to, marginalize someone for being anti-Semitic than anti-Zionist. Because what is Zionism? Zionism is a particular political belief that thinks that there should be a Jewish state established in a part of the world that is overwhelmingly Arab, and when you do that, it requires you.
Zionism has nothing to do with establishing a Jewish state in an area that's Arab. Zionism is just the belief that Jews should have their own state. That's it, period. It just so happens that the land of Israel was occupied by Arabs at the time under the Ottoman Empire, and that was the only area that they could create the Jewish state of Israel. One of the reasons why they chose that state is because Jews occupied that land before. But there's nothing in Zionism that says you have to occupy a land run by Arabs.
To establish a demographic majority, to not allow Palestinians.
There is nothing about Zionism that requires a Jewish majority. Nothing. It just means a Jewish state. It doesn't have to be a Jewish majority.
To, for instance, have the right of return. That a Jewish person who was born in New York or Philadelphia or Iowa is able to have the right, even if they've never stepped foot in that region, to move there.
Yeah, because it's a Jewish state, Tard.
Whereas a Palestinian who has keys to the house that they owned before they were expelled in the Nakba in
They were expelled in the Nakba because they waged war against fucking Israel, you moron. If they had agreed to the 1947 partition plan, they would have kept their property. Like what? You expect that when a Jewish state forms and you try to kill Jews, you get to stay there? Oh my God, this woman's just a fucking moron.
1948 is not allowed to visit the country, where Palestinians who work in Israel via work permits are forced to wait for hours at checkpoints, or who need to get...
Why are they forced to wait for hours at checkpoints? Guess why? It's because Palestinians commit acts of terror against the fucking state of Israel. If they didn't do that, there wouldn't be any security checkpoints.
Better hospital care than is available to them in the occupied territories have to...
Oh my God. The reason why hospital care isn't as good in Gaza or the West Bank is because Jews aren't living there. Oh my God, dude, go to any fucking Muslim majority country. Do you think you're going to get as good medical care as you would in Israel? There's just better Jewish fucking doctors. They have more money. There's more money to support the fucking medical system. They get better schooling. They have more money to spend on fancy medical equipment. How the fuck is this Israel's fault? What, because we're stupid, we're gonna blame the Jews?
Wait, even if their health is imperiled, because there's different roads and different rules for Palestinians, for Arabs in Israel. This is an apartheid state. It's a two-tiered state that specifically gives...
Oh my God. Oh, okay. Guess what? Guess what, everybody? It's the Jews' fault that I can't get as good medical care in fucking Iran as I can in Israel. The Jews made Middle Eastern people stupid and poor, apparently. How does this make any sense? Guess what? If Palestinians were so concerned with getting better medical care, maybe have a one-state solution where Israel controls everything. Then you'll have Jewish doctors with Jewish money living in fucking places like Gaza that could give you better medical care. It's not Jews' fault that you're dumb, that you don't have good schooling, that you don't have as much money. It's your fault. Holy crap, this is just idiotic.
Hello men of chat, this is your daily reminder that women are entitled to trash and only date rich chads. If you want a cute and loyal GF who will be an absolute slut for you in the bedroom, find your local femboy. Remember, Butthole is tighter than pussy.
Truer words have never been said. Thanks for the donation, Boycott Women.
Israelis also created the cryptocurrency called Casper, which solves the trilemma of decentralization, scalability, and security. It's superior to Bitcoin and will be in the top 5 by next year. You should buy some while it's under $1. I like potato.
Let me look into that. Casper. I'll look into that. Thanks for the donation. I like potato. This is like, dude, by the way, this is what anti-Semitism looks like. You're blaming Jewish people because they're just smarter than another group of people. Like that's it. I just, what kind of, I just cannot fathom the kind of thinking required, like, to come to this conclusion. It's just pure ideological hatred of Jewish people. There's no, like, objective facts that lead you to this idea. Like, are Jewish people stealing Arab medical supplies? Are they poaching, like, Arab students that are really good, promising doctors that might lead to better medical technology, and then financially incentivizing them to move to Israel? So you have this, like, brain leakage out of these Arab territories? No, like there's none of that. The reason why you get better medical care in Israel than you will in any Islamic territory, whether it be Gaza, the West Bank, Iran, Jordan, Iraq, fucking anywhere, is because Jewish people are smarter. There are more smart Jewish doctors, and they have more resources because as a people, they're just more economically efficient or productive or whatever you want to call it. How is that Jewish people's fault that there are less smart people, less people who want to become doctors, and more people who want to strap bombs to their chest and commit jihad? I just don't understand how you blame Jews for this, other than, Jewish people are evil. Like, that's why fucking Muslim people want to strap bombs to their chest and kill Jews. It's just because Jews are evil.
Gives different rights, superior rights to people who are Jewish as opposed to people who are Muslim and Arab.
I don't know how she can claim this when there's a 20% Arab minority living in Israel and they have the exact same rights as Jewish Israeli citizens. So, yeah, no shit. If you're not an Israeli citizen, you don't have the rights of an Israeli citizen. But Arabs who are Muslim living in Israel who have an Israeli citizenship have the exact same rights under the law.
And I say Arab and Muslim separately because there are Christian Arabs in Gaza who have their churches being bombed,
Yeah, they have their churches being bombed because they're being used as Hamas hideouts. And by the way, these Christian Arabs have to pay a fucking jizya, which is an extra tax because they're not Muslim. And they're also treated unfairly. They have different rights under the fucking Muslim authority there. They're persecuted. They can't practice their faith in public. They have to do it in private areas or select areas, or else they can literally be fucking killed. Like, what? Like, again, how is this Israel's fault?
Or themselves being killed. Justin Amash, the Libertarian former Congress member, had multiple family members killed by U.S.-backed airstrikes earlier in this conflict, and you almost heard nothing about it. No condemnations.
Gee, I wonder why. I wonder if it has anything to do with Hamas starting a war with Israel. But yes, it's always the Jews' fault because they're evil, right?
From Congress for a former sitting U.S. Congress member. Palestinian American Congress members own young family members being massacred by Israeli bombs with American political cover. That's what we're talking about here. And all of the problems of the region can be traced back to the insistence that Palestinians and Jewish Israelis cannot have the same rights within the state of Israel.
They do have the same rights within the state of Israel. What the fuck are you talking about? Show me a right that Israeli Jews have that Arab Muslim Israeli citizens don't have. Show me one. Like, this is just a lie. And again, this is a lie to promote Jewish hatred. Jews are evil. They don't give the same rights under the law to Arab Muslim citizens as they do. Like, it's just a lie to promote Jewish hatred. She's a massive fucking anti-Semite.
Because if that happened, there would be demographic parity, the same number of Palestinians as Israelis. And that
So, dumb bitch. I don't know if you've read a history book ever. I don't know. But if you look at the 1947 partition plan, the original plan for the state of Israel was to have an Arab minority that made up over 40% of the population. So, Zionists have this plan to get rid of all Arabs. Well, then why the fuck was it written in the 1947 partition plan to have a over 40% Arab minority? Please explain that.
That would, we're told, necessarily imperil the safety of Jewish Israelis. Now, let me ask you this, Candace. Does it make sense to you to simultaneously be making an argument that Israel is a democratic country that we should be loving and supporting because, look, 20% of the population is Arab and we all live peacefully, and isn't that wonderful? But also to be making the argument that we can't have any more Palestinians because they're inherently violent, they're inherently...
They don't allow Palestinians typically to become Israeli citizens because, one, it's a massive security risk. How many fucking Palestinians are Nazi supporters, want to Holocaust Jews, are part of Hamas or the PLO? They do grant Israeli citizenships to some people. Generally, it's under they get citizenship if they get refugee status. So a lot of like gay people, for instance, are persecuted in either the West Bank or in Gaza. They apply for refugee status in Israel and they might get granted refugee status and then they end up getting citizenship. One guy who is gay, who is getting death threats, living in the West Bank, applied for refugee status. He ended up getting Israeli citizenship. A few years later, he went back to visit his hometown in the West Bank, and he was fucking murdered. So it's weird. All of these fucking people who are persecuted in fucking Gaza or the West Bank, they want to get Israeli citizenship, and oftentimes they do. All the fucking Palestinian Arabs living in Israel are happy. They don't want to fucking move to Gaza or the West Bank. Like it's so weird how all these people want Israeli citizenship, but Israel's evil. They treat fucking Arabs so horribly. Blah de da. Like it's weird how they all want to fucking move to Israel, huh?
Regressive. They will ruin our society if they come into the country.
Well,
I wonder why there's a border wall around Gaza. Well, I guess we figured that out after October 7th, right? Like this narrative that Jews are just racist and they don't want any fucking Muslims coming in. Well, look what happens when they do. You get October 7th, so I guess maybe they have a fucking point. This lady is fucking crazy. Like, what a fucking delusional whack job. Jalen donated $2. You like Marilyn Manson? He's okay. There's a few songs I like, but you know, he's okay. A lot of his music is just like fucking gay and weird. There's not really any other way of explaining it. A lot of his shit just gets too emo and bitchy for me. Thanks for that donation though, Jalen.
That's what I'm speaking to when I talk about this dehumanization of Palestinians that's happening right now in the media. It's disgusting. And like I said, you know,
Yeah, Jews. All they want to do is strap bombs to their chest and